The incident happened in the summer of 1998. Last summer, where it wasn't just Dad and me. I was 7 years old and, like all 7-year-olds, had to come up with interesting ways to entertain myself. Through the 6-week break, whenever parents were too busy to take me to the park or some other child-distracting place, one of the games I devised myself that summer was Toilet Ghosts. The rules of the game were simple. Throughout the summer, I was going to make my family, Mom, Dad, and Grandma, believe that our bathroom was haunted. My room was right next to the bathroom. For those unfamiliar with the layouts of industrial-era terraced houses in the UK, it might help to know that in most the lavatory and shower bathtub share a space. The idea for Toilet Ghosts came to me when I was looking for something under my bed. That's when I found the hole. It was the sound of Dad grunting that alerted me to it. I was lining up army men ready to shoot with my Nerf gun when I realized the sounds of straining coming through the old walls were much clearer under the bed than they should have been. I was facing away from the war at the time, so I looked behind me towards where I knew the bathroom was. Down by my left foot there was a section of wall missing, a perfect circle, roughly the diameter of a tennis ball. Now the time in adults I realized it was where the toilets had been at one point before a previous occupant decided to rearrange the plumbing. They'd done a rush job, which is why instead of filling the hole properly they'd opted to file down the ceramic pipe on either side of the wall and plug up the gap with a loose-fitting half-brick. A half-brick my parents had just decided to paint over. A half-brick that came loose easily in my tiny hands. My memories of the first time I appeared through the mystery hole as I initially thought of it are almost as crystal clear as the last. The other side of the hole was at the base of the bathroom sink behind where my mom kept the toilet brush and various bathroom cleaning products Dad had no idea how to use. From my vantage point I could see almost the whole bathroom. In the dim light cast from the narrow porthole-style window on the opposite wall I had a full view of the glistening off-white tiles, drab moor wallpaper, and of course the shower. The toilet was about a foot to the right of the hole, so I couldn't see much of Dad's foot as ankles and toes. I watched his foot tap for a few minutes while he strained, holding my hand over my mouth to silence the gleeful chuckling or having a window into this private moment. He'd have no idea where it knocked from my screen. As I was watching, still delighting in the secrecy and stealthiness of it all, something long and thin and hairy unfilled over the lip of the shaved pipe, the holes of the end. My eyes widened in horror as another of the prickly limbs curled themselves around the rim, prodding and probing for my terrified features. My eyes bulged, hearts hammering against my ribs. Then, before I could react, the very multi-limbed monstrosity lunged at me. "Ah, get it off," I squealed and rolled out from under the bed. The errant spider flew from my face, scuttling away to soak in a distant corner of my bedroom. What few hairs were on my arms at that stage stood up when I heard my dad's echo cry from beneath the bed. Jesus Christ, what in God's name was that? Susan, come to the bathroom." The deliciousness of the idea my 7-year-old mind put together at that moment excited me so much and a lump caught in my throat. Toilet Ghost was born. Game on. So that's the first half of the equation. You know about the hole and why I was looking down it. Now you need the other half. You know how I was spying on her and why. But what you still don't know about his grandma. This is where things stop getting so whimsical and innocent. It's been 23 years since I saw her, but I remember the ensemble more clearly than ever, even on my wedding day. When I tried to describe through tears the hell I'd been through between terms to the class, I didn't have a wide enough vocabulary to describe her accurately. I'd sputtered and sobbed words like a monster, nightmares, and dead people smell. Now I'm older, I can do the creature that stalked my 7th summer more justice. Her skin was clay-like, mottled, and almost gray, waxy to the touch and punchy in texture. She was huge with a waistline my 7-year-old self retold her being big enough to eat 10 of me. She'd sit in my dad's recliner all day, her many folds and bulges moving and shifting at tectonic speeds. Her face, though. Her face was something else. Botox was huge in the 90s. If you've ever seen a bad Botox job, you'll have a rough idea of the odd way my grandma's gobbled, swollen features moved far too little when she talked. I didn't know what nerve damage was at the time. My parents' explanations didn't do much to dispel comparisons my brain made between her stiff features and the prosthetic creatures in the horror movie I'd given myself nightmares of the previous Christmas. What didn't help was her teeth. Her eyes were unsettling too, all sunken and dim and unmoving. But it was the bulky square canines and incisors that freaked me out so much that it took me a week to look her in the face over the dinner table. As I said, her teeth were square. Perfectly square. All of them, they ran uniformly along her cement gray gums. Each brilliant white postage stamp-sized chunk of enamel is placed at a purple right angle with its neighbors. I think the teeth freaked Mom and Dad out too. At least the snippets of conversation I stole from the echoes coming up the stairs seemed to suggest as such. I've never seen her take them out if I am. It was one that came up a lot and she didn't pack a tooth or an island. They don't even mention the nights before they smelled of wine and demand that I keep the volume low of a breakfast though. I don't have many memories of Grandma before she moved in. I don't remember Grandpa, the man whose death was the catalyst for her joining our household at all. She'd only been living with us a few months at the time. My father was the first unwilling toilet ghost contestant. I didn't know much about the elderly before she came to stay. I was glad to learn as I grew older that the bizarre and unsettling behavior I witnessed in summer had nothing to do with aging and everything to do with her. I was too inexperienced with them to know that Grandpa didn't act like other old people. She didn't really act like any people at all. She'd say odd things when I was alone in the living room with her. The conversations she and my mom and dad had were nonsensically enough. When I was lying awake in bed at night, I'd hear snippets of arguments between my parents, sentences like, "I know she's your mother, Susan, but she's Barbie. Dawn's death broke her. It's not healthy for Michael, he matters too. And the doctor said it's early onset, it's only going to get worse, not better," would drift up the stairs. Words and phrases like dementia, Lewy body syndrome and care home, the implications of which I wouldn't understand the entire was older. Things Grandma used to say to me without my parents around were way beyond the adult ramblings of her mind ravaged by a degenerative condition. Even as a kid, I knew the difference between confused nonsense and deliberate, malicious intent. "You know, if you tell anyone, I'll come for you." She'd hissed at me one afternoon while I was keeping myself occupied with a Lego set on the carpet. "If you say a word, I'll come for you and suck out the jelly inside of your precious little eyes through a straw." Another example that my mind can't seem to shake is the morning when Mom had to pop up to the shops. I ended up hiding in my room, cowering under the duvet while she bellowed at me up the stairs. "I can take everything from your trembling little meat stack, your sniveling waste of skin. Just be glad you're too small for anything to notice you." As you'd expect, I'd always burst into tears. Mom and Dad would calm me down, trying to soothe me by explaining ad infinitum that Grandma was old and that she didn't know what she was doing. By the time of the incident, I was terrified of her, not just because of the things she'd say directly to me either. The things I called her saying which she didn't know I was listening creeped me out just as much. "This one's no good, draws too much attention, can't move fast though noticed. Need more padding around the mouth parts, think the male and aunts suspect the teeth. Will have to be the female, females past conventional beauty prime, can blend." These nonsensical ramblings were all pieces of a puzzle I still don't want to put together. I'm not sure I can stand back to take the whole picture once it's finished, not without snapping at least. Mom and Dad didn't believe my frantic recollections of the wild and dangerous words I'd overheard Grandma spouting. They definitely refused to accept my explanation for where the television's mother disappeared to. Was it anything other than a lie to get Grandma out of the house? Because I didn't just catch Grandma saying weird stuff, I caught her eating weird stuff too. It started with small, straight pieces of Lego, old coins she'd found down the back of the sofa, and any lighters or cigarettes Dad was foolish enough to leave around lying around. I watched her consume all of those at one point or another, whenever I was left alone in her care. The TV remote was the thing that took it too far for me. Kids are much more resilient than adults when it comes to the inexplicable untruths bubbling under the surface of reality. The remote was too much even for a 7-year-old. Mom and Dad had gone somewhere over for the evening. I was sitting cross-legged in front of the telly, trying to lose myself in robot wars and drown out the steady barrage of grotesque threats. We were 4 weeks into the summer by that point. As much as her words unnerved and rattled me, I'd survived enough of them to have built up something of tolerance. "Here, Runt, look at this." Something about her gravelly words was different. They always held undertones of poison. But this time, it wasn't the same snake by its venom as usual. This was a different toxicity, tainted nectar of the kind of thin rainforest plants use to lure unsuspecting hummingbirds into gaping morays. Taken by surprise, I lowered my guard and turned from the TV. Grandma was staring down at me from the chair. She was holding the TV remote in one hand, the gnarled nails of the other digging into the arm of Dad's chair. On anyone else's face, her shriveled eyes would have sparkled with sadistic malice to match the wide, perfectly symmetrical teeth of that smile. As it was, the dead orb stared at opposite corners of the room. It didn't matter. I knew when Grandma addressed me that it was only the enamel locked in those granite-colored gums that mattered. "I'm not going to be around much longer, Runt," she sneered, words still dripping with Trojan malice. "You'll be pleased to hear that I'm sure you pathetic stain on your gene pool. Of all of them I've encountered, you're the worst." I could feel my bottom lip trembling. As usual, this only seemed to egg her on. I can't suffer the indignance of a pustule so undeserving of that skin, walking around this backwater cesspit, not knowing just how insignificant they actually are. Before I could start sobbing, before the fluttering in my lungs could evolve into full-blown panic, she lifted the TV remote. I screamed so loudly that the neighbors on both sides yelled, "Keep that down, kid, under control." The lower half of her waxy face clicked and shifted. Her jaw extended slowly. The flesh made the groaning, creaking sounds of rubber dragged across a bed of broken glass. For a full half a minute, it judged and protruded until her chin jutted out, a full foot from her neck. The inexplicable gaze from her teeth never left my screaming face as she lowered the remote into her gullet. The cement gums wriggled, puckering and closing the impossibly angular dentistry around her forearm, remote and all, independently of the rest of her motionless face. I continued bawling against the backdrop of neighborly complaints as the mouth within her mouth suckled and savored into her buried forearm. She pulled the limb out slowly, white teeth leaving deep and perfectly square imprints on her clay flash. Not that it would have made any difference to how fast I sprinted up the stairs to my room, but the chunky TV remote in her mucus-covered hand was gone. I refused to leave my room for a week. That was fine by my parents. They didn't believe me anyway, and I was grounded as such. It was exactly 7 days from the remote that I plucked up the courage to, in my mind, get back at Grandma, because at the end of the week, when she got out of her chair and ascended the stairs to the bathroom for her weekly shower, I made a decision. Grandma was going to be the next unwilling toilet ghost contestant. I'll fully disclose here, I was 7, but I wasn't stupid. I'd seen enough daytime TV to know what a heart attack was and how you shouldn't shock old people because of it. I knew full well the risk of subjecting a lady as old as Grandma to the levels of jump-scared toilet ghost brought my parents. I have no shame in admitting I knew this. It's the first and probably only memory I have of deciding to willingly hurt another human being, but the heart attack was kind of the goal. Dad had gone to work a night shift, leaving Mom and I alone with Grandma. I lay in wait by the hole, listening to the stairs creak under the nightmarish woman's massive bulk. I didn't have any problems with stifled giggling over the invasion of primacy this time. My mind was focused, sharp. This round of toilet ghosts wasn't a friendly match. I never had the balls to play the game with Grandma. I'd had a lot more practice since my first round against that, though. I'd perfected my ghost sounds now. I'd learned how to bend my moments and bounce my haunting whispers off the 10 or so inches of ceramic pipe so well that Mom nearly didn't get her trousers down in time more than once. "Come on, you freakish old coot." I muscled to myself as I heard the click and swing of the door opening. "Get nice and settled. I'm going to toilet ghost you so bad. You'll wish she never ate that remote." I had to try hard to not breathe too loud. The mix of anticipation, nerves, and anger had me sucking up whole long falls through each nostril with every tense shift of my diaphragm. My throat filled with the acrid reek of bleach, and I always coughed right at the moment she stood in front of the hole while doing something for her at the bathroom sink. She stood for a full 5 minutes saying nothing and barely moving. I was about to toilet ghost him back at the Grandpa Dance arms when she took a few steps backward. The moment her lumbering naked form came into full view, the cocktail of emotions gave way to one singular overpowering and feeling. Terror. Pure unbridled terror. I was too scared to scream. I stared wide-eyed at you, silently falling down my cheeks while I bit into my hands so hard I could taste the metallic warmth of open wounds. Grandma's head was empty. Blank voids were all that existed behind her lips and dials. With each quick step, her head became more and more deflated, until by the time she stood still, all that existed above her punchy neck was a near-flat glass of skin. The nightmare I found myself in didn't give me time to process, as though it was already lining up the next traumatic mental image it took me years to repress. As I watched, praying that my whimpers were quiet enough to go unnoticed, Grandma's belly opened. A red horizontal line unzipped from her left to right flank. An equatorial wound perfectly aligned with the deep crater containing her belly button. The headless torso started to flap and wobble. Her mottled arms deflated. A wet sucking sound accompanies the slow decompression of each appendage. Then, in a fluid motion, the quivering torso that remained lifted at the belly slit. Something pushed it away, discarding the unwanted flaps of human skin like wet tissue paper. When the memories of the next few moments came flooding back to me last night, I puked for a solid hour. The thing that stepped out of my grandma's skin shivered. Its opaque, stone-gray, gelatinous form pulsated until the residual leg arc left at its base from occupying its human shell had flattened. It heaved and rippled as it bloomed to its full height. The grotesque cylindrical body extended in pulsing spasms until it stood easily 8 feet tall. Its bulbous head rocked and swayed as it stretched long, cramped muscles, the unspeakable anatomy realigning to support the weight of its true form. The head had no eyes, no nose, no features at all on its slick gray surface, save for one. The mouth, the wide, square-toothed, impossibly perfectly angled of that damn mouth. Folds of glistening flab puckered around the brilliant white teeth. From somewhere deep in its throat, 3 long greenish tongs, each several inches in diameter, emerged to probe the air. They were several times the total length of the thing that had worn my grandma by the time they were fully extended. Each of the 3 appendages sets them on the task. One turned the shower on, and the 2 others began curling around my grandma's husk. The thing slithered around the room on its slug-like foot while the tongs got to work. A pang of disgust rose in my belly, nausea churning dangerously close to vomiting. I realized with growing terror that once a week, this blasphemy against the laws of reality had been emerging to clean my grandmother's skin. While I had been sleeping, it had scrubbed and scraped the only remains of the woman who had birthed my mother. The thought that this whole summer I'd been listening to the running wars on the other side of the wall while those 3 tongs defiled and preserved a human flesh suit became too much. I couldn't watch the thrashing greenish moorborn limbs any longer. I turned away from the hole, expelling everything I'd eaten that day onto the carpet under my bed. By the time I'd finished, I was spitting up nothing but flecks of bile. My chest ached, both from hailing and from the unstoppable pounding of my panicking heart. Shuddering, drawn by that morbid curiosity known only to children and sociopaths, I lifted my head and looked back through the hole. Then, staring back at me only 10 short inches away, was a set of angular chalk-white teeth. I never heard Mom grow up the stairs so fast. She damn near threw the door of its hinges when she burst into the room. She tried to yell above my screams to get through to me, but it was no good. I wouldn't stop screeching about Grandma in the bathroom, pointing at the wall and trying to claw my wires as far into her embrace as possible. I begged her to run. I begged her so hard my already hoarse throat started to burn. She didn't scoop me up, carry me downstairs, and strapped me into the car. She didn't leave a trail of lighter fluid and threw a matcher on the letterbox she left. She didn't pick up Dad and drive us as far away from the house we burned down and the thing inside us as we possibly could. No, Mom did what all good moms do. She stood up, sat me on the bed, wiped my eyes, and told me she'd show me there was nothing to be afraid of. Then, she went into the bathroom. I hid under the duvet the moment I heard her scream. Thankfully, her dying pleas and the series of bangs, crashes, and organic ripping, squelching sounds that followed didn't last too long. The sounds that followed that king cacophony was worse. I knew Dad wasn't going to be home until morning. After an hour or two, I decided that I had to look out from under the duvet. I'd almost managed to convince myself that I'd been asleep. This has been a nightmare. One glance at Mom's twitching silhouette in the doorway was enough to tell me how wrong I was. I was sobbing uncontrollably under the duvet as I heard her shambling over to the bed. I could feel her standing above me for what must have been hours. I could see daylight from the window outside piercing through the cheap bedding when she finally went down close to where my ear was. Remember, runt. If a word of this leaves your filthy parasite lips, we'll know. You can imagine the state that Dad found me in when he got back from the shift. You can imagine the state he was in when he learned Mom and Grandma had disappeared. They never found remains of either of them. By the time Dad got home, the thing had managed to clean the bathroom. I don't know what it did with Grandma's skin, but the flashbacks of that protruding jaw and square teeth puckered around a forearm gave me a solid guess. They found Mom's car by the coast. Eventually, they gave up looking for a body. I still remember the gentleman police officer consoling my crying father after informing him they had to assume Mom, overcome with grief over the dementia and taken Grandma so they could walk out into the sea together, swallowed up by the waves. And he was his grief. The rest of my life was exactly as you'd expect. Counseling and trauma therapy was a big, big part of it. I told everyone, especially Dad, what I'd seen. Nobody believed me, which is probably why I've been allowed to live so long. I was told by the army of doctors, therapists, counselors, and the like that it was a false memory created by my mind to cope with the horrific events that actually took place. For a few happy decades, I managed to believe that too. The truth of that night in my mind throughout my adult life has been what Mom had told me we were going to the coast and had been very upfront about what for. She'd tried to take me by force and even bitten me during her psychotic break. At some point, I passed out from fear. Worrying she'd killed me in her adult state, she then drove off to the coast with Grandma without me. All was going well. After a rocky adolescence, in early 20s and 30 now and married, has stable employment, a home, a life, a nice, normal life. At least it was until last night. Because last night when we were watching a news segment about the UN Climate Crisis Summit, I saw them at the back of a crowd of suited dignitaries and politicians. A set of perfectly square, impossibly white teeth grinning from between punchy wax and lips. Pudgy wax and lips on a face that I recognized. A face that hadn't changed much to tour since 1998, aside from a slight graying of the skin and a new, angular smile. It was Mom. The memories came flooding back all at once. Like I said, I puked for an hour. Kath, my wife, was worried. As soon as I could stop retching, I explained it all to her. Grandma, Mom, that smile. The thing that wore both their skins. Kav's jaw dropped. I thank God she believes me, and that's unlike Mom. She's agreed to drive to the remotest place we can find. She's agreed to go off-grid with me. Agreed to hide away from the monster. She's never seen up close, but knows in her bones is real. Why does she believe me, you ask? Simple. The second I had collapsed into a sobbing heap at my story's climax, my phone buzzed. It was seeing the color drain from my face faster than she ever had that prompted the cat to snatch it from my hands. Her reaction was worse. I had to hold her for a solid 2 hours once I'd managed to stop her trying to barricade herself inside a kitchen cupboard. I'd received a picture message from a private nun there. It was a picture of Kath and me in our living room, taken from right outside the front window. That night, judging by our clothing, with a single sentence attached. We told you we'd know if you told, we won't. I don't think that's what sent her over the edge though. No. I think what sent her over the edge is what we also saw in that photo. Our living room runs from the front to the back of the house. If you looked in our front window, you could see our back garden through the sliding glass doors. What made convincing Kath so easy was that in the photo, you could clearly see a wide set of white square teeth layering at the back of our heads from the pitch-black garden. My eyes are burning. I've been sitting in front of this screen longer than I can remember. I don't know whether the memory lapses are from head trauma or sleep deprivation. Probably both. The cold light cringes my retina as the waterfall of numbers creates fatherless patterns on the LCD monitor. Aside from the microscopic beams of red that poke through the cracks between the planks nailed to the door, this screen is my only source of light. The room has no window. I'm incredibly grateful for this. I can't remember why. I sit alone with only the many shadows for company. Time has no meaning in this room. The passing of each second has become so diluted and warped that any attempt at measurement would be futile. Maybe I'm going mad. No. I know the reason. I've forgotten much, but I must not forget that. Dare I allow myself a glance? The thing stares at me from the glass container next to my desk. I must not stare back for too long. No matter how impossible it seems to achieve, I must move my focus back to the tumbling numbers. My gaunt face is reflected on the polished screen. The face and the reflection sneer at me, daring me to smash the container. I must not give in to temptation. We'll all die if I do. The veins in my neck throb. A crushing pain is building behind my frazzled eyes. Grunting with effort, I somehow manage to shift my attention back to the flickering screen. I know the thing won't be happy, but I have to ignore it. It's not my friend, despite how much it wants me to believe otherwise. From the screen, rows of numbers and statistics glare back at me, column upon column of irreconcilable data. I can't remember when I could last make sense of the cascade. I'm sure there's supposed to be meaning behind the army of algorithms. Somewhere in the numbers is the answer. I must have been here looking for it for days. Untold hours stuck in this cramped, boarded room. I long to smash through my makeshift barricade. The feel of the outside air on my face is a temptation almost as great as the constant urge to free the thing. I must not give in to temptation. We'll all die if I do. The descending numbers unveil in front of my burning pupils. I must make sense of them. Somehow, someway, I must. Another cramp runs through my thighs. In response, I adjust my position and crouch on the itchy office chair. I must ignore everything but the numbers. They're the only thing that matters. In the first days, I was obsessed with the smell. I tried everything to mask it, but human waste proved to be too powerful an odor. Eventually, I made peace with it. Then there were days I obsessed with the clumps of hair falling from my head. I tried everything to prevent it, but my resources were too limited. Eventually, I made peace with it. Then there were days I was obsessed with the thing. I've tried everything to prevent it, but its hypnotic gaze keeps pulling me back. It still beckons me. My mind's eye is constantly forced to that strange glow. I wish I wouldn't dwell on this. The light is maddening. Blue and orange, a light that has simultaneously two colors, is an impossible contradiction, yet there it is. The jewels whose flow drift independently of each other, yet at the same time, they're indistinguishable and intertwined. I can't remember a time that unearthly haze wasn't present in the darkest reaches of my conscience. I've only been here a few hours, but they feel like days. I can't remember what happened before. All that I have of the time before the room are fragments. I can't remember who put the thing into its glass box and attached it to the computer. Maybe it was the dead man in the corner. I wish I could remember who he was. Was he important to me? I'll never know. It's not important though, so I mustn't dwell on it. I must focus on the numbers. I scratch at an itch on my head. Ouch. There's an unpleasant pain at my fingertips. I slowly lower my hand from the patch of descending hair. The nails on my index and middle fingers have detached. They dangle on pus-soaked sinews, swinging in time to my tremble. I look at my other nails. Each chipped slab sits on a bed of greenish ooze. The skin around my fingertips has turned a mortician's grave. I can feel my screen-baked eyes widening. My worn pupils find themselves unable to move from the dangling keratin. As my trembles worsen, one of the nails wriggles free of the spider-web sinew. Its feather falls to the filthy floor, lost to the grime, like much of my hair. Despite the repulsion tying knots in my gut, I need to inspect this further. I splay my rotting fingers. The little revelation afforded by the flickering LCD display makes my analysis difficult. I squint, pulse rising. My remaining 8 nails bulge and jaunt back at me from the shadowy desk. My fingers are cold, numb almost. The few remaining ounces of sensation left have been taken by a tight dryness from the discolored skin around my fingertips. As this discoloration ascends my digits, it darkens further into gray. Before becoming a pungent mess of moldy greens and brown-purple bruising, this isn't happening. It can't be. Please, don't let this be real. The thing laughs as I come to the horrifying realization of what I have to do next. It's enjoying this. I gulp. My throat is dry and constricted. I would kill a man for a glass of water. Maybe that's why the man on the floor died all those years ago. Maybe we had water in those days and I killed him for the last drop. No, I don't think I did. I wouldn't do something like that. At least, I think I wouldn't. Do it. I start with the right hand. My tremble is all-encompassing now. I raise my shaking left, the gray flesh of the digits cracking as I close my grasp over my right ring finger. Lightning flashes of sharp, blinding pain race up my right arm. I unscrew my eyes. The removed nail doesn't bleed. Please, don't let this be real. I don't want to do this. No man should have to do this. This isn't fair. Do it now. There's warm moisture descending with cliffs of my cheeks. The corners of my vision blur and ripple as I focus on the yellow nail protruding from my jerking finger. A thin trail of shining plasma trickles from one corner of the guard cuticle. A cold blanket of sweat drapes my brow. I can't do this. I won't do this. No. My left thumb and index finger find tight purchase. There's a lump growing in my stomach. I can feel the grazing warmth of bile climbing my throat. I really don't want to do this. Please don't make me do this. My nostrils flare. A sharp inhalation brings with it the clinging reek of human excrements. The bile climbs higher. The lump in my stomach doubles in size. My fingertips aren't the only numb part of me now. I can't stop myself. The yolky nail opens a floodgate of rotting fluid as I prise it from my finger. Pain breaks the silence and sensation. Fresh stabs assault my senses with each agonizing nanosecond. As the nail is peeled further back from the gray-green fingertip, strings of cyan ping in snap. Each brings with it a further jolt of lightning. Eventually, I reach the stage where I can no longer bend the stiff shell. The exposed nail bedding screams. The orphan nail hanging from it by a thread of skin. The bile is now nearly at my nostrils. Why have I done this? Why is this happening to me? Please make it stop. Finish it. I wrenched the dangling carapace from my not bleeding finger. The bile has finished its journey. The third lost nail clatters on the greasy, dirty wood beneath me. It's followed by a torrent of vomit. Everything goes sideways. My diaphragm is contracting in agonizing spasms. The itchy office chair clatters on and rolls away from my feet into the darkness. The ground is grimy beneath my naked form. As I twitch and writhe in disgusted agony, my joints slide along a desert of unseen diseases. I dare not look at my hand. I can hear the thing cackling somewhere above me. I must ignore it. It's all costs. I have to finish with my hands and get back to the numbers. We must resist the urge to break the glass and smash the thing on the ground. I must not give in to temptation. I will all die if I do. There is scuttling in the darkness beyond my face. My burnt eyes are not yet accustomed to the gloom. They gaze outwards, limp and useless. Eventually, they manage to bring something into focus. A shelled creature is picking its way through the bog on the floor. Too long on 10, I twitch in the murkier abyss. Black beady eyes turn the tiny light available at these depths into twinkling novas. The wriggling mess of chitin and legs halts as it reaches my drained head. It stares at me, shuffling its mandibles. Lost are we? The cockroach has a deep voice. It is a dialect comprised of bass tones being dragged through a corpse grinder. Every syllable sends a knife of tension down my spine. Most of the people that find their way here are lost. I'm not lost. My lips feel chapped and crooked. I don't recognize the voice that escapes them. You got lost on your journey. The cockroach grinds in disagreements. You have to be lost to find your way here. You know that. Or have you forgotten? I can hear the mirthful chittering of mandibles scraping. I say nothing. You've been forgetting a lot of things lately, haven't you? You can't remember how you got here at all. Oh dear, you're in a bit of a pickle. By the end of the last sentence, my eardrums ached. The voice drills into my brain, scraping further into the psyche with every syllable. Do you want me to remind you? The queering antennae twitch in the night. My ears throb. My thoughts become clouded with sharp black spikes of sound. No, I want you to stop talking. Come on now, don't be silly. Its mandibles click together in a tut. How do you expect to find your way without any help? Now, you can see that up there. The veins in my eyes throb as I point them toward the glass that contains a thing. Yeah, so that's right. You came here to do something with it. Do you remember what it was? Each deep utterance cuts into my soul. The network of blood vessels around my ears bulges to bursting points. Please, stop. I feel my front teeth wobble as I beg through them. I just want this to end. The cockroach does not oblige. So I take it you don't remember. Oh dear. It seems that pickle was an understatement for your predicament. The insect forager tilts its tiny head, pairing it with me through the layering shadows. Please, I shriek. His wobbling has become too much. It scrapes at the insides of my skull until nothing is left but a simmering mess of severed nerves and liquidized gray matter. I beg the pain. My vision is filled with jagged black spikes. The pain isn't from me, old bean. It's from your fingernails. Twitching still, I look down at my hands. They're covered in murky brown grime and pus. 6 of my remaining fingernails lay in a gooey heap by my groin. The 7th is painfully ripped from its bed in my rotting thumb by another spasm as I stare. Why do I die in trying not to scream? See. The bloodshot orbs in my skull bulge at the sight of my mutilated digits. Panic to lungs, plea for oxygen. The fresh inhalation adds the sweet musk of decomposing flesh to the stent palate. I didn't do that. The words sound alien to my ears as they leave my throat. The mush in my skull starts to swim. The shadows darken. Remember, you have to smash the glass. Rattlesnake clicks emanate from the chitin plating on the beast's back. They writhe as they laugh at me through the bloom. There's another ringing in my ears. This time, it isn't painful. It's the ring caused by all the sounds in the world going out one by one. As long as you remember to smash the glass, you'll be right as rain. I roll onto my back. The black spikes multiply and converge into patches of misty fog. My eyes roll upwards. I get intermittent flashes of the ceiling. There's writing on it. Did I write about it? I can't remember. Just remember, smash the glass. The serrated coos of the malevolent insect are among the last things I hear. My jaw drops open. I can feel foam forming at the corners of my mouth. Smash. This last oscillating syllable echoes as the rest of the world dies. When I come to, I am crouched on the itchy office chair. I'm staring at the revolving numbers on the screen. I don't know how long I've been sitting here. It must have been weeks. I look at my hands. The plasma that covers my digits has only half coagulated. I had finals there once. There was a long time ago, though. I can't remember exactly how long. I've known nothing except the numbers and the things since before recorded history. The flickering glare of the LCD screen blinds me. I say it has for millennia. I must find the pattern. The black numbers dance and dive. There's a crushing pain in my head. I mustn't think about the thing. It's calling me, whispering sweet nothings to my subconscious. I could smash the glass now and all of this. It would be so easy. I could smash the glass, then all of this would stop. No. I mustn't do that. No matter how tempting it is. I mustn't give in to temptation. We'll all die if I do. I squint at the blinking digits on the screen. Hold on for a second. I think I see something. Wait. It can't be. Is that a letter? The itchy office chair creaks as I lean further forward on my haunches, bringing my tired gaze closer. It is a letter. My heart rate accelerates. Beads of excited sweats form in every paw. Days spent searching and I finally found it. I'm sure the dead man in the corner would be so proud if he was still alive. Then again, maybe he wouldn't. Maybe he worked with the thing. That might be why he's dead. I don't know. I can't remember. The solitary letter just stares back at me. I raise both nailless hands to the sides of the screen. My green-grain knuckles turn white. The black plastic nearly buckled under my grip. It is a letter. Just one. A. The solitary character stuns amidst the swirling horde of numerical data. As my dry eyes dart across the glowing wasteland, a second appears. My rib cage aches from the furious jack harrowing at vials and ventricles. 2 letters. This is it. The answer. A. Chapped lips widen into a broken smile as more and more letters appear until I'm left with a phrase. Quivering, I slowly sit back from the screen. The answer I have spent hours searching for fills in front of my eagerly awaiting gaze. Slag at Sam's. I can hear the thing laughing. I have to ignore it. More riddles. More riddles and puzzles. The numbers taunt me as they dance around the nonsensical worse. Slag at Sam's. The 13 cryptic letters start to hover above the pixels and perspex as I stare at them. There must be a meaning. There must be an answer. There has to be. I sink my face into my palms. I can feel warm, salty prickles in the corners of my eyes. No. I must not give in. I have to remain composed. There must be an answer. Slag at Sam's. My neck creaks. My aching head leaves clumps of hair behind in my hands. The thing continues to laugh at my misery. Echoing cackles infect my thoughts. I've had enough of the thing. It's mocked me for the last time. I have to destroy it. The glass box reflects the thin red light from the gaps between the boards. Many other things are also reflected in its surface, including a face. I assume it's my face. I can only assume this because it moves as I move. I don't recognize it well. I don't remember what my face looked like, but I do know it wasn't this face. This face is almost completely bald. The face has dry, cracked lips that peel back to reveal bleeding gums and jagged, loose teeth. It's a pasty and unhealthy cream color, and it's covered in sweat and grime. The face seems to be locked in a bestial snarl. I don't remember what expressions I carried before I began my task. However, my instinct tells me this wasn't one of them. At least I hope it wasn't. The worst thing about the face that does not have my face is that it has no eyes. This would be bearable if they were missing in the conventional sense. Empty sockets of skin, arms, and a quote is maddening as to the way the eyes of the face that do not my face are missing. I can see these eyes clearly. They're dry and bloodshot. It doesn't matter how clearly I can see them though. To my brain, they're not there. When I try to look at them directly, they swim in warp. If I gaze too long, they expand and burn, the orbs and the reflection bubbling and melting. The mirrored face starts to contour, but its broken mouth widens into a horrified scream. This can't be my face. Please don't let it be my face. I slowly raise my rotting hands to my cheeks. To my horror, the bald eyeless monster in the glass does the same. The thing shrieks with laughter at this. The blue-orange light swells and dances, reveling in my misfortune. The thing has done this to me. I know that it has. It will pay for what it's done. I raise my decomposing hands, further cracking the skin on my knuckles as I ball them into fists. The eyeless gold features that are my reflection contour into a roar of hatred. This is something else reflected in the glass. It catches my eye before I bring down the manner of the hands. Letters. They hover millimeters above the polished surface, glaring at the mirrored computer screen, and a sea of backward numbers are the words. Smash the glass. It was not an answer in the numbers. It was a trick. A trap. A decoy planted by the thing. It wants me to smash the glass to remove it from its confinement. I must not do this. I must not give in to temptation. We'll all die if I do. My heart sinks as I turn back to the glaring LCD. Maybe there was never an answer in the numbers. There must be, though. Why else would I be trapped in here with nothing but in computer or wires connecting it to the thing? My fists send a loud bang echoing around the cramped apartment. The screen judders violently from the impact of them slamming on the desk. My ribs and back shudder as I'm encapsulated by sobs. It's hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. There's nothing I can do. Maybe this isn't even a task designed with me in mind. Maybe it's a mission for the dead man slummed to the corner. He's wearing a lab coat after all. I'm a source besides my forehead. I need to open my eyes and get through this. Just persevere with the numbers. I have to let myself get distracted again. A pattern is in them somewhere. I know it. I have to will myself to carry on. Everything else depends on it. I slowly unstick my heavy eyelids. I don't think I can hold much longer. That's why I decided to write all this down. I don't know if the small input box on the screen goes anywhere. I hope it does. If you find this message, please do whatever you can to attract the origin. I don't know where I am. I don't know who I am. All I know is that I can't resist temptation. If I can't stop myself smashing that damn glass, the thing will get out and all of us will die. I must have taken over from the man in the corner. Someone needs to come and take over from me. Please, before it's too late for all of us. I grew up sheltered. I do regret the fact that I didn't go to parties, dates, or drink in school. I went off to college without that much life experience, causing me to fall for the first guy who gave me any positive attention. Some showed their true colors very quickly when I refused to sleep with them, after knowing them for a day or so. The man I fell for and later married kept his real nature well hidden. I only found out what kind of person he was after I was son turned 3. Due to health issues when I became pregnant, I needed to put off finishing college for a year or so. I found myself unable to pay for the remaining years and took any jobs I could manage with my medical issues still lingering. I earned enough to keep us afloat. My husband slowly started to show who he was as the years passed by. I found us unable to pay bills on a regular basis and unsure where the money went. I fooled myself into thinking that staying for our son was the best idea, regardless of our problems. I asked a friend to fall on my husband and he found out that our funds were going towards slots and horse betting. I confronted him about it and we got into a huge blowout. For 6 months I stayed scared out of my mind over whether we could feed our son or lose the roof over our heads. I never thought I'd become one of those women who stayed with their abusive partner. While you're in that kind of situation, everything feels impossible. I was more afraid to leave than what my husband would do if I stayed. Then he threatened my son and everything became clear. Overnight I packed up a few bags and left. Just left. I couldn't even stay with my parents or friends because he knew where they all lived. I didn't want to risk their safety because of my deranged husband's wrath. Through a year and 6 months, I made it work. I found a place to stay. I changed my first name and went by my maiden name. I did everything possible to ensure that man could never find us. After no signs of him for so long, I became a little bit lax. I took my son out for ice cream every Friday and I assumed having a routine let him track us down. I don't know how else he did so. You may come to me as a bad mother for what happened. I left my son who just turned 5 alone in the apartment. I felt safe, knowing I'd only be gone for 10 minutes at the most and he was asleep when I left. I just wanted to pick up some bread from the corner store for his lunch the next day. I came back and knew right away that something was wrong. I knew I locked the front door, but when I came back I found it unlocked. I flew inside, dropped my bags of food and went to the store to get. I rushed to our shared bedroom, dread growing in my stomach. The room was empty. I nearly fainted. I tore through the entire apartment looking for my boy. I pushed aside the couch and opened every cupboard in the kitchen, my mind in a blind panic. Somehow through that panic state I heard my cell phone ringing. I checked the number to see if maybe my neighbor saw my son try to leave the building and called me saying he was just at their place. I didn't know the number and let the call go to voicemail. I didn't even set the phone down when the same unknown number sent a text. A message a mother never wants to see from an unknown number. I have your son. My sight growing gray around the edges gives me tunnel vision. My hands shook so much I couldn't get my phone unlocked fast enough. The number called again and this time I pucked up. Troy, I swear to God if you... I shout out. Voice shaking with fear and anger. Not Troy, sweetie. Just somebody hired. I needed to get you, but you weren't in, and this is better. Do you want to speak to your kiddo? A deep voice came from the other end. I'd never heard of this person before and didn't have a clue who he might be. I always thought my husband wanted us to go on, but didn't think he would spend money that could be used for gambling on something like that. Yes, let me talk to him. I hate how desperate I sounded. The noise came over the phone as it was handed over. It sounded as if they were in a car with the windows down. My heart sank. They could be anywhere and traveling further and further away. My son's voice barely heard over the noise. Hey, Mom. My boy started, but I cut him off. Benny, did he hurt you? Where are you? Are you okay? Barely kept myself from shouting. My tone didn't go over well with Benny. He was just a child and didn't know what was going on. He didn't even know being in a car with a stranger was a bad thing. No, this is okay. He is a friend of Dan's. Benny said in a small quavering voice. I never really told him about his father. I just said we needed to be away for a while. I just couldn't think of any way to explain it. About how I felt about Troy without scarring my child. I knew he missed his dad, but I told him so many times not to go with strangers. This man had been hired by my ex and got coached on what to say to make Benny comfortable and think they really were friends and going to see his dad again. All of this was my fault. I left him alone and I didn't say the right things to protect him. I wanted to cry but needed to stay strong to make sure he lived through this. Can you tell me where you are? What car did you get into? What does he look like? I pleaded, hoping if he answered one of these questions it would help the police in finding him. The phone was taken away before Benny said anything else. The man came back and I heard my son sound upset in the background. The phone got muffled as if the man pressed it against himself, as if he didn't want me to hear him, sounding almost comforting to the child in the car. He cleared his throat and brought the phone back up. I have no reason to hurt him. I just need you to get a certain location in time. After that your son can go free. I'll buy him dinner too. Is he allergic to anything? Is his voice not matching how friendly he tried to make the last statement? Is he, if I believe you? What do you really want? Just please, we'll do the trade now. Bring my little Benny back. I begged, pressing my phone so hard against my ear it hurt. The man didn't answer for seconds that felt like hours. He rolled up the window so his voice came out clear. Show up on time at the location I'll send you if you call the cops and never see your son again. The man's voice was so cold it made my shoulders shake. I opened my mouth to speak, but he hung up. A second later, a text came through with a screenshot of a local park on Google Maps. A part of the trail in the middle of the park was marked and he provided some photos of the meeting spot. The trail is a bit overgrown and surrounded by trees. I should have called the police. I had the number the kidnapper called from. I didn't recall the phone call, but they should believe me it took place. I did consider calling them. The meeting time was set for an hour from now and after it got dark. I didn't think the cops would believe me so fast and put a plan in motion before the time was up. Now I needed to do the foolish thing and go alone. I called a friend and told her that my husband found where I had taken my son. I didn't go into details, but told her to call the cops if I didn't send her a message in 2 hours. I debated on telling her to send the police to the park if she didn't hear from me, but decided against it. I would send her a message with the images of the park right before I needed to meet the strange man who took my son. I gave myself enough time to get Benny back and hopefully have her call the police for us. If the police arrived at the wrong time, I risked my son's life. I kept looking at my phone while I drove, expecting it to ring. My car wasn't the greatest and it put it along, taking up a decent amount of time to arrive at the park. I got there 10 minutes early and figured it didn't matter. With the messages my friend sent, I raced down the path trying to see in the dark and find the right spot. The trail was empty and I didn't see any cars in the park a lot besides an old gray one sitting at an angle. The uneven path nearly caused me to trip a few times and I cursed myself for wearing sandals instead of better shoes. I saw the meeting spot under one of the rare post lamps. Bugs already buzzed around the light. The sun only set a few minutes ago, but it looked like the dead of the night. I saw two shapes and my heart raced harder than I ever had before. And a man I didn't recognize was sitting on his heels doing what looked to be a magic trick with a coin. Benny, unaware of how dangerous the situation really was, watched on in awe when the man tossed up the coin, caught it and opened his hand to show it was no longer there. I ran up, scooping Benny into my arms and took a few steps away from the kidnapper. I wanted to run but didn't risk it in case someone else was watching us. I looked over at my son, finding him perfectly fine, just a bit scared from my reaction. His face is also a little sticky from soda. I noticed a takeout bag sitting by the lamppost to be tossed away. I fussed over Benny, wanting to sob for missing him so much from the short time apart. The man stood up and the movement nearly caused me to bolt. I picked up a gray suit jacket off the ground and quickly put it back on. Gray hair matched his jacket along with the eyes. He looked a few years older than me and a bit scruffy to be wearing a suit jacket and a dress shirt. "Did he hurt you at all, sweetie?" "Did he?" Couldn't bring myself to ask my son if a stranger touched him in a way that made him uncomfortable. I sort of had that talk with him but never did it properly. I regretted a great deal of my choices that led to that moment, but never regretted having Benny. He was the only thing in my life I was proud of, and I almost lost him. From the looks of things, Benny wasn't hurt in any way while away from me. The man told the truth about just holding on to him for the hour and buying him dinner. I hated this man, and I hated a monster like him who acted like this good with a kid. "I'm okay. Did I do something bad?" Benny asked in a small voice, looking as if he might cry. "No, honey, I was just scared. Your father's friend didn't tell me he was taking you." I lied. That calmed him down. I took a step backward, my eye on the man who stayed silently the entire time. He placed his hands in his pocket, and when I pressed Benny's face against my shoulder to calm him, the man flashed the handle of a gun. He quickly put it away when my son looked back. He didn't want to deal with a loud crying child, so kept his threat silent but clear. The brief look of the gun caused my body to almost shut down. I wanted to get sick. My body shook from stress, and I kept thinking about just making a run for it. I couldn't risk Benny getting hurt. I needed to stay alert and escape when I had a better chance. I also had a small weapon in my purse. Just a stun gun, but I needed to be closer to the man to use it, and I didn't want to put my son down either. "Why did you do all of this?" I asked the man. A voice filled with anger. "I told you. Your husband hired me. He should be arriving any minute, so please let's play the silent game until he gets here." "Listen," I started. He cut off my words by taking a single step closer. Hands were still in his pocket, an unsettling grin on his face. For a moment I thought his teeth appeared too sharp and the light shone off his eyes in a knotted way. I took a few steps back, legs uneven and shaking. My son started to get upset again, and I needed to get him out of here. "Can I at least let Benny leave?" I begged him in a soft voice. He paused to consider my request. His face returned to normal, and he took a step away from us to keep calm. Using his arms, he shook his head. "It's a dark place and he's like 10. The man answered 5. I corrected it. He let out a long sigh and cracked his neck in frustration. "All right, 5. It's not good for him to be walking alone at night, and where would he go? Do you have someone who can pick him up?" He offered. His deep voice was almost friendly. I stood, stunned. I didn't think the person who took my son would let him go like this. I nodded and made me get out my phone. He watched me type out a message to my friend asking him to come by and get Benny. When I sent the message, he warned me to keep my phone in my pocket and not to try to call the cops. He said that he only hired me to get me to the park and didn't care what happened to my son. If my friend left her place right after the message was sent, it would take 30 minutes to get there. He agreed to let Benny leave after she arrived to get him and not make him walk around to get lost in the park. We had some time, and my ex-husband hadn't shown up even though it was a few minutes after the meeting time. The man started to pace as we waited. He found some rocks to kick into the grass when he got bored, and I let Benny sit on my lap. I whispered to him how much I loved him and anything else that came to mind. He was confused and scared, which was understandable. He just wanted to see his father again after so long. I wondered if I should have told him about his father or let him have a few years of still thinking the man was a decent person. Finally, my ex showed up from down the path. His blonde hair looked like it had seen better days. Face covered in a beard and eyes sunken. He didn't look like the man I married, and Benny didn't even know who he was. The kidnapper let out a growl and dramatically tapped at his waist. "You're late," he hissed to my husband. "I was making some deals and giving you a little bit extra for staying." "Are they both here?" Troy's voice sounded rough, as if he just woke up. I suspected Troy got into something heavier than some drinks and ruined his body since I left. I stood up, sat in my arms again, trying to think a way out of this mess. What would he want? I didn't have any money or life insurance. Our deaths wouldn't benefit anyone. In fact, I told my best friend if I disappeared to call the cops. Troy had something to do with it. Have you killed me, or have signs pointed to him? It's the principle of the matter, but you're here now. Do you want me to kill her? The gray-haired man said, as if he was asking a mundane question. My legs failed me. I sank to my knees. Benny was strong, but tears came to his eyes. I should have risked running sooner, and now I wouldn't be around to see my son grow up. No. I have some guys who want to pay for her. You can hit her head, right? We do something to make it so she doesn't know what's going on, but keep her alive. Wait, what do people do with an ice pick up their nose? Troy offered. Hand shaking, but from withdrawals and not from what he was saying. Like a lobotomy. I don't carry an ice pick around, but I can figure something out. Is the other one paying for this, her death or not? With a shrug, the hired killer turned and started to walk towards us. I made an attempt to stand, only to have my legs give out again. This couldn't be happening. I refused to let either of them follow through with their plan. I reached into my purse and found the stun gun. I held onto it tightly, waiting for the man to get closer. I wanted to shock him and run like hell, thinking it would be my only chance. Oh, and the boy too. I'll get more for him. With a few steps between us, the man stopped at those words. A dark expression came over his face, only for a second. I thought I imagined it. He forced a smile on his face and brightly looked over his shoulder at my husband, his tone of false cheer. I told you it's double for kids. He nearly sang, causing my skin to crawl. I'll pay for it. Just grab them or do whatever you need to do so we can go fast. I wanted to scream. Like hecking hell, this man was going to touch my son. I already failed him once by leaving Benny alone, and I wasn't going to do it again. I gritted my teeth together, waiting for the right moment. Just before we reached us, I set Benny down and screamed at him to run. My hand holding the stun gun flew off of my purse, and I jammed it in the man's side. I flicked it on and heard the current run. But nothing happened. He didn't flinch or react in any way. I smelled the burned fabric of a shirt, and he still didn't do anything. To my horror, I saw Benny just standing with wet eyes, unable to move. A hand as tight as a steel vise came down on my own and took the stun gun from me. He wrapped one arm around my neck to press my back against his chest, and I screamed, hoping someone would hear. Nothing worked. This man is far too strong for me to get away. Please, I'll pay you more than what he's offering. My purse, all my cards are in there. You can take anything out of my purse, and I choked on tears, trying to think of anything else I had to offer to save my son's life. My body, you can do whatever you want with it. I'll sell it too if I have to save Benny. Just doesn't hurt. My body was tossed through the ground, and the man held onto my purse strap. Benny came running over, sobbing, seeing his mother mistreated in such a way. With my heart racing, I looked up to see the kidnap by actually looking through my purse. He paused at some lip gloss, as if he was considering taking it. What the heck are you doing? Just grab them. Troy yelled, his rage boiling over. The stranger put the lip gloss back and found my wallet. He poured out a small purple cardstock square, and a smile with sharp teeth came to his face. The wallet was returned and the entire purse was tossed at my feet. He held out the card showing it was a stamp rewards card for a local ice cream place. All the stamps were filled out for a free waffle cone with 2 scoops. "I'll take this payment if you don't mind. It was inside your purse, so it counts," he said. I didn't believe his words. He took the card away and turned towards Troy. His hands tucked inside his suit pockets and hunched over, but he still looked like a force of nature walking towards my ex with purpose. Troy screamed at him to finish the job and the man didn't turn back to us. His anger took over and Troy put out a handgun from his pocket. I screamed and killed around Benny in case one of the bullets reached us. Each shot rang out through the empty park, sounding much louder than I expected from a small handgun. Raising my head, I saw a whole rural sight. A bullet tore through the gray-head man's ear. Blood spattered on the ground and Benny went into a sobbing fit. Instead of crying out in pain, the man started to laugh. He doubled over like he couldn't breathe from laughing so hard. In a blink of an eye, he went from laughing a few steps away from Troy to knocking him to the ground. This scuffled dress shoe on Troy's chest, pinning him down. I didn't even see this man move. Troy's hands flew to the man's leg, trying to move it as he shouted and cursed. All his attempts to get free failed. 10 grand, I'll pay you 10 grand. She can't give you that. Don't they call you a mad dog? The kid shouldn't matter. Troy screamed as if he hadn't just shot the man now standing on his chest. That money is what you think you're going to win off of it tomorrow. You crony do not have the payment, and this lovely woman over there paid me in advance. Unlike you, she didn't promise me what she doesn't have. So I'm taking a job from her. After all, I haven't gotten a cent from you, and I do believe you were just going to kill me instead of actually ever handing over any money." That sounded like Troy. I honestly never expected him to find me, because that would require him to hire a private investigator or to spend a good chunk of his own time tracking us down. I wasn't worth anything to that man until he found out he could sell his ex-wife and son to God knows who. Troy started to spot out excuses, but the man pushed his foot down harder to cause him to start wheezing. He leaned over, his chest pressed against his knee, to watch Troy's suffering face closer. When he turned his head to let our eyes meet, my body turned to ice. A pinprick of white light came from his pupils, and somehow his ear wounds started to close. This man wasn't human, and I didn't have any clue what he really was. I don't get paid to hurt people. I only kill them, but someone has to tell me to do it. It's a little lady. You've already paid. Do you want me to go through with the job? His smile got wider and his teeth sharper. His face appeared more of a beast than a man's. I looked at the monster and the man I married. I realized then they were both monsters in their own way. I nodded my head, and that was enough that the deal was silently made. I didn't want my child to see what was going to happen. I stood up ready to make a run for it and leave these two behind. Off in the woods, I saw some more lights from the eyes. Countless of them appeared in the dark. A bolt from a bush came into a shape that made me gasp. A rotten bear with shining white eyes took one step into the clearing. The first sagged off the thin frame and half the skull was exposed. Such a creature should not be able to move around. I questioned my sanity at that moment. I turned to leave, but saw the man move his leg. He kicked Troy hard enough for me to hear his ribs break and see his body fly a few feet toward the dead bear. The fun fact about bears is they just start eating you. You'll be lucky if you bleed out quickly from the attack. I heard the man shout with another wheezing laugh. My legs finally worked and I ran for our lives. I met my friend at the start of the park, her face with clear worry. I forced her inside a car and told her to drive. I could pick up my car later. I refused to tell her what happened besides my husband finding us, but won't be in their shoe any longer. She thought I killed him, but was a saint. She let us stay at her place for the night. I poured Benny as crying late into the night. I hoped this happened to him young enough that the memories of the night faded in time. I called out of work for the first time the next day. I expected the police to come knocking at our door, but nothing happened. I hated leaving Benny with my friends so soon after everything that happened, but I needed to make sure of something. I told her I just wanted to pick up my car. I got on a bus to head to the park, only staying long enough to grab my car. But I drove down to the pier and found a spot to park. I looked around trying to find a certain person, knowing my stamp card expired tomorrow, so we had to be there today. By some miracle, I spotted the man with a gray suit jacket leaning against the wooden railing and looking out into the water. The gray clouds of the day matched his hair. He had a waffle cone in his hand and a brown paper bag in the other. The cone was almost finished with a few drops of bright blue ice cream on the side. I walked up to him but stopped behind, unsure of what to say. He somehow sensed I arrived. Turning, he tossed the bag at me, which I thankfully caught. "Are you stun gooners in there?" "Oh, at about 60 grand in cash your husband won from this horse race today. I picked it up for you," he said in a calm voice with a shrug. "What?" I choked on my words, holding the heavy bag. I pressed it against my chest, feeling what must be a stack of bills inside. I shook my head, not believing he would simply hand this much money over. "Why wouldn't you keep this?" I never would have known about it. I questioned and noticed people staring at us. I stepped closer to keep our conversation between ourselves. What kind of person would hand over a life-changing amount of money and kill a man for an ice cream cone? Not a person, I told myself. He wasn't human. Some sort of monster I never wanted to see again. I just wanted to know if Troy was dead or not. I don't need it. And a dead man doesn't either. And I think you end this after being married to someone like that. Either way, I did my job. He still earned me a little bit though, he said, and finished off his cone with one big bite. I let him chew and wondered what he was talking about. If he didn't want money, then what? I thought back, trying to remember what I'd offered in such a state of panic. My words came back and my stomach fell to the ground. "Do you want me to?" I asked, my mouth dry and the words dying in my throat. "Did you offer? You said I could do whatever I wanted with your body. We can get this done right here," he said. And his face turned into a smirk I wanted to slap. "Hey, are you crazy?" I hissed. I did offer my body, but that didn't mean I wanted to get arrested for bubbling indecency. He raised one hand and with his index finger tapped his right cheek until I got the hint. My face turned red and I held the bag closer, threatening to rip it. I wanted to kill him with my bare hands. I got closer and kissed his cheek, face still red and anger simmering in my stomach. This bastard just wanted to tease me. "Is that all you wanted me to do?" I asked clearly. He got closer, his lips neck to my ear, causing my body to tense up. His hand went to the bottom of my back and only touched the space with his fingertips. I smelled cigarettes, smoke on him, covering up an earthy, almost sweet smell. "Did you want me to ask for more?" he offered in a low voice. I jerked away, hating him as much as I hated the reaction my body had to his words. This man wasn't human, and I now killed my ex, and yet I shook for mixed signals. My face red and teeth clenched together, I shook my head, unable to speak. He laughed a harsh, wheezing chuckle, and I knew why. He left it with just a kiss on the cheek. The soft moment and the suggestion afterward made me question myself. For the rest of my life I would curse what I felt for half a second, wondering if he pushed hard enough. I might go along with what he asked. Unable to help myself, I punched his arm. That caused him to laugh harder. "That's all, we never meet again. You need better taste in them," the man mocked and started to walk away. "I really do," I admitted. I let the stranger leave, glad to not get his real name or know anything else about him. As the months passed by, I waited for the police to show up, and they never did. No one came questioning me about Troy going missing, and nobody was ever found. If it wasn't for the cash, I hid away. I would have thought the whole thing didn't happen. Benny blocked out the night, but he started to have nightmares for a few months afterwards. That man we came across, whatever he was, just wanted to amuse himself. He didn't care about my life or Benny, he just kept me alive to tease me afterward, simple as that. Or returned on Troy because he insulted him. Either way, I was thankful his odd personality let us live through the night. I hated Troy, I really did. But if I had the option of going back and never marrying him, knowing how it would turn out, I still wanted to go through with it. I have my son who I love more than anything. The past 5 years of bad memories are well worth having him around every day. Jimmy's parents died decades ago. I'm not far behind than myself. That's why I'm writing this out, I guess. I want to find some kind of closure, some solace before I get so old I'm shoved in a home by my kids for the rest of my days. Truth be told, I haven't spoken to either of them in years. Not for reasons related to what I'm about to tell you, mind you. I'm not so old that I can't look after myself, but I'm getting there. I'm old enough that most of the people I knew are gone. That in itself is enough to drive a man to turn to strangers on the web when he needs an ear. Anyway, Jimmy. Jimmy's gone too, as you can probably guess. He's been gone a lot longer than everyone else though. I can remember the day like it was the present. Even the tiniest details are etched deeper into my mind's eye than the most fathomless ocean trenches. It's pretty much the only memory from that time I can still picture clearly when I want to, not that I ever do. Fields of golden corn slow danced on an Iowa summer breeze. The air was sodden with pollen and adolescent adventure, humid even by Hawkeye State standards. It was the transient time between middle school grades in which all children's worlds advanced and evolved. We walked down the dirt track. Mushroom clouds have dust erupting at our scuffing feet. Simon, Jimmy, and me. Friends for as many years as we had lived. This was another walk among many, on another day like any other. If we had known it would be the last hike our trio took, we would have marked the occasion with a little more ceremony. As it was, the funeral of our camaraderie was marked only by the passing of a damp cigarette end. This sacrifice to the gods of manhood was complemented by a stolen bottle of Templeton, one that I'd never get to drink, but was still reprimanded for upon my mother's discovery of it in my satchel. The reason our boots had found this particular stretch of dirt road loomed ahead. The closer we drew, the more I realized the baseless rumor I'd believed Jimmy fabricated was true. A steeple in a sea of shimmering corn husks. It imposed itself on the landscape in a shameably out of place. The protruding spike was medieval in origin, an intrusion of Gothic European architecture at once both unfamiliar and discomforting to my brick-and-mortar knowing eyes. Standing at a diameter no greater than that of a lighthouse, the cylinder of cut stone and bone-colored slabs stretched nearly 17 feet from the moist earth. As we closed in on our target, the assuring rays of sunlight fell behind the eclipsing presence of the alien masonry. This was when the first shiver ran down my spine. I should have listened to my instincts and turned around. Unfortunately, bravado makes even the wisest man act a fool. Jimmy walked Simon and me to a wooden door on the sun-blocked side of the silo. A soggy affair dampened by the rain despite us having had several drought-filled months. Jimmy stopped to check that we weren't chicken. Both Simon and I puffed out our chests so as sure and we weren't. Even though I'm sure inside Simon's stomach was turning itself in knots just the same as mine. Once he was satisfied our genetics contained no trace of poultry, Jimmy pushed the rickety entranceway. Ancient hinges creaked. Some receded as our trio stared into the room on the other side. Jimmy had said it was haunted and had informed us so with the casual coolness associated with the alpha males of beta male friendship groups. This suave indifference became lost as he fell back in line with his fear-stricken comrades. I can't remember who took the first step across the threshold. There were a few details of that day that have made me, but who placed the thought that sealed our fate is one of them. The worst nightmares I have heard about poor Jimmy over the years have been the ones where it was me. A shiver ran down my back, starting at the base of my skull and shuddering down my spine until it reached my legs, tensing them ready to turn. Inside the ice-cold interior was one feature and one feature only. It was a second door. This is where the similarities to the entryway we had passed through stopped, however. I wish I didn't remember the second door. The broad red rectangle remains in the darkest corners of my psyche. There the memory waits for moments it can flash to the forefront of my thoughts. These moments are the cause of my hour-long fits of horror-filled screaming. The thing I've refused to seek help for all these years. It would believe me anyway. The door stood free of any wall or support. It wrecked in the desert of off-white sand. From inside the tower, it beckoned us towards it. The nauseating vice grip of its inhuman words on my young mind is something I wouldn't wish on even the most sadistic of men. It whispered to us not with sound, but with thoughts and suggestions, a pulling both physical and mental that wrapped us in its tendrils and yanked us closer. Wavering pink light from an unknown source glistened on the splintering crimson wood. The whispering doorway was coated in something so thinly that I almost didn't notice. I think I only did it because of the smell. It shot straight past the lungs and settled in the deepest marrow of my bones. A sweet scent dripping with undertones of erosive aniseed. Of course, the door had a handle, a cast iron lump that strong-armed my gaze into fixating on its cryptic design. The gut-turning pink glow shone brightly on the polished surface of the knob. Whoever had carved that door knob must have seen hell. I can't relate to you exactly what the designs etched, scraped, and sculpted onto its gleaming surface portrayed because I honestly didn't understand them. I still don't. In my darker moments, I have pored over my memories of those designs, sketched them out even, trying to find something meaning in them. A spiral of pictograms too complex for the Homo sapien mind to comprehend, unfilled across the metal hull. Symbols and writing carved in inch-deep chasms, each filling me with more guts-wrenching dread than the last. I couldn't look away, though. The sound of sobbing from Simon and shallow breaths from Jimmy confirmed for me that they couldn't either. The inhabitants of the underworld on the cast-iron abomination had us all ensnared. They fed off of our reluctant tension, growing in their maddening complexity with every trembling teenage step. The beings in the doorknob begged us to enter, promising those things I refuse to remember, for their depravity genuinely disgusts me. What disturbs me most, though, is that I do remember how I nearly caved. At that moment, part of me wanted those foul promises fulfilled, even though my young mind understood almost none of them. It could have been me. Jimmy was the one who cracked, though. I wish I could have stopped him. I was supposed to be his best friend after all, as much as we kept this fact a secret from Simon. It's a sad play of fate. The tie was as entranced by that mind-rendering sire and song as the trembling hand that wrapped firmly around the doorknob. The door didn't creak when it was opened. It made no sound whatsoever, disturbing not a single molecule in the atmosphere. Grains of dirty cream sand remained still as crematorium ashes. With one fluid non-motion, the shifting ruby surface was open. I know for a fact that it was Jimmy who took the first step this time. I know this because it was he and not myself or Simon that the demonic doorway slammed shut. I only caught a small glimpse of what lay on the other side. I can't tell you what I managed to see over Jimmy's shoulder, not because I've forgotten. Bringing that memory to my mind to relay it would destroy what mental wherewithal I have left. I can't allow myself to judge up the sounds of all those people screaming. The smell of rancid meat and abandoned gas stations whenever I make the mistake of reminiscing on it makes resisting cleaning my nose out with bleach genuinely difficult. Reliving those screaming trees made of flesh, those mountain-sized organic tripods stalking the horizon, those endless plains of dark red air that twitched and heaved underfoot would destroy me. I may be bad for an old folks' home, but that's 100 times better than an insane asylum. I also can't tell you how long Simon and I stood in horrified silence. I can't tell you because I don't know. In my mind, it felt like an eternity. Since Simon's hanged body was found in a tree only 5 hours after we left the city of my house, in reality, it couldn't have been longer than about 15 minutes. The abominations on the handle had disappeared, the handle itself melting in front of our panicked eyes. The leering bloodwood had prevented us from saving Jimmy. It is to my shame that what I had seen within made any hope of saving him impossible anyway. It needn't have bothered. No, I'm being harsh on myself. I was just a kid, an innocent kid. Exactly like Jimmy had been. Simon started wailing as soon as the door reopened. The only saving grace was that what I had seen on the other side was now gone. All it had left in its wake was a barren wasteland, a decaying plateau of rotting charcoal appendages and mountainous three-legged corpses on the horizon. Compared to what had occupied the space a quarter of an hour ago, the thousands of human bodies didn't faze me. By this point, my battered psyche didn't flinch at the sight of the decaying figures piled in a great pyramid in the distance. This monument to stagnation and cosmic futility stood taller than the largest of the now-dead tripods. Even from a distance, I could see the throne at its peak. Its occupants were thankfully masked by clouds and the limitations of my eyesight. I don't think I would still be here today if I had seen them up close. The tortured stumbling of the old man through the doorway saved me from having to look at that figure atop their corpse throne long. The moment his gnawed feet crossed the threshold, the door sealed itself. The bloodwood erupted into a green flame. The pink light died, leaving Simon and me alone in the shadowy cylinder with the man from the world beyond. I remember that he was unspeakably light as we dragged him to the warmth of the Iowan summer outside the tower. We gave him some of the Templeton. We didn't know what else to do. His charred form was haunting. He was thinner than any man should be able to be. Outlines of shrink-wrapped organs protrude from his abdomen with nauseating clarity. He slurped the foul liquid through lipless teeth, the stolen bottle clasped in long webbed claws. His translucent skin of impossible age was scarred with a patchwork of symbols, unholy brands reminiscent of the etchings in the doorknob. The seared lines and sagging flesh contorted and writhed as I watched. They moved and shifted across the decaying man's ghoulish limbs, scriptures written in otherworldly tongues that inspired only lunacy in the eyes of mortal beholders. A small part of me wishes that I could describe them to you in detail. I hate that this part of me exists. I used to draw them whilst I slept, you know. It's why my folks said I couldn't keep a diary when I was a teenager. I showed one of the therapists once. She disappeared about a week later. I'm glad they burnt the drawings. Long matted hair covered the old man's gnawed features. This is why I didn't realize the slavering wretch from the terror beyond the threshold was Jimmy until it looked me directly in the eyes. Sometimes I try to guess how long he must have been there. Not often, though. I don't like to ponder on the torture that a measurable time frame was filled with. The terror in the eyes I clearly recognized as Jimmy's was enough to let me know my mind could not withstand such things. I can still remember his rotting, lipless gums, the smell of decomposing flesh on the noxious breath that funneled down his yellow tongue. The creature that was once Jimmy stood to whisper one last piece of advice before sprinting off into the cornfield. It has never re-emerged. The papers into police incorrectly hypothesized that Simon had killed Jimmy and hidden his remains. Simon's subsequent hasty suicide was attributed to guilt. As the sole survivor, I was apprehended, and when this tale was retold, labeled as traumatized. I'm not proud of the fact that I never corrected them. Let's be honest. If I had pushed the matter, traumatized could have quickly turned into schizophrenic, and from there, guilty was only a few steps away. I may have had my world ended, but I didn't want to do all the crying and trying to piece together what had happened in prison. Besides, it was a surprise for none of you to know that I went looking for the tower and Jimmy several times over the years. Suffice it to say, I found neither again. So I went about my life. Now I'm here decades later, retelling the only story I've ever told, hoping a bunch of strangers on the web will listen. I'm hoping during this will bring me some kind of end to the nightmares. If I've only got a decade or two left in me, I'd like to be able to get at least one decent night's sleep before I go. The thing that keeps me up, the thing that makes me wake up half an hour after falling asleep every night like clockwork, is what Jimmy whispered to me before he disappeared into the corn. I have been where you'll go when you die, and the man in charge is angry with us. For all of this, I was your normal college fright guy. I won't beat around the bush about it. I was an asshole, as for all my friends. That's why, when walking back to our hotel from the last spring break party we'd ever attended, we decided to break into a museum. It was our idea of a harmless prank. It wasn't some big science museum like the Smithsonian, you understand. This was a small two-story building, housing various artifacts of importance to the locals. It was a time capsule containing all the memories of when this beachside settlement was still known for the prized sea-based fisherman court, as opposed to the drunk partygoers. Our selfish plan, which I'm not at all proud of, was to go in, strip the wax figures in its exhibits down to the nude, then pose them in, compromising positions. We could barely contain our drunk giggling as we searched in the dark for an entranceway at the rear of the building. There were 4 of us, me, Larry, Ethan, and Jeff. It didn't take long for one of us to jimmy the rusted lock on the back door and slip inside. At the time, I was glad the museum wasn't rigged with an alarm system. These days, I wish it had been. If it had, the 4 of us would have been apprehended before we started poking around the unlit exhibits. It was Jeff who found the storage room. Behind an imposing dire arm of some local men fighting off a large sea creature out on the ocean was a trapdoor. It was made of the same sun-bleached beechwood the rest of the ground floor was decked with. The dozen or so hinges on one side were small, almost hidden. The thin seam that ran between the hatch and the rest of the flooring bordered on invisible. If Jeff hadn't tripped on an errant harpoon Ethan had displaced, he might have never noticed it. As it was, the rest of us stopped when we heard his voice drift up from the floor. "Guys, there's a basement." Of course, we went down there. It took us all 5 minutes to repurpose a 19th century fisherman's knife into a trapdoor unedging tool. The 4 by 4 feet square of beechwood didn't have a handle that we could find or any keyhole to suggest we needed to search for keys. It swung open without Creco's protest. Almost like the forgotten and often ignored museum wanted us, for loud, brash, obnoxious spring breakers, to venture into its depth. Cell phone flashlights flared into life one by one as we each reached the cool air at the foot of the ladder. The windows kept the dusty ground floor bathed in moonlight, but the space below was pitch black. It was a landing of sorts, a square concrete space with no light fixtures that we could see. A quick scan with our 4 flashlights showed us the room's only feature almost instantly. A door on the opposite wall. The bold black font on the yellow plastic sign meant we didn't have to guess the room beyond purpose. Storage. Management only. We were 4 drunk frat boys on spring break. We're drunk frat boys who could already be booked for a string of offenses from vandalism to breaking and entering to being drunk and disorderly. What else were we supposed to see the words management only as other than a challenge? Jeff had discovered the hatch to the basement, but it was I who opened the door marked management only. Larry, Ethan, and Jeff were on tiptoes over my shoulder, whooping and hollowing excitedly as I delivered kick after kick to the locked door handle. The inebriated ruckus stopped the moment the wood around the lock splintered. The door swung inwards. A bony face leered down at me. I screamed, stumbling backward and falling flat on my ass. The other food was howling with laughter. I looked up, anger replacing the fear in my throat. The pallid teeth and empty sockets belonged to a human skeleton. One of the kind scholars in the olden days used to study anatomy. The grinning skull seemed to laugh along with my friends from its glass case as I pulled myself to my feet, swearing under my breath. "Very funny," I snapped as we walked past the silently beforing skeleton into the forbidden storage room. My friends continued chuckling as we made our way deeper into the inky blackness. However, the more we browsed, The management's only artifacts with the beams from our cell phones, the quieter their intoxicated tittering became. The Museum of Local History on the floor above had been unsettling, but it was the kind of uncanny valley unsettling you get. With badly crafted waxwork sculptures, bleak paintings of gray stormy seas, and painful-looking implements from history. The unsettling that comes from trespassing in the dark in a space never meant for viewing with the lights out. A normal kind of unsettling. The hidden exhibits revealed by the flashlights from our phones were a different kind of unsettling entirely. Larry noticed the first one. It was a painting. I'm no expert in art history, so I can't tell you from what area the art is furlonged to. From the clothing of the foaming mouth figures depicted, it couldn't have been painted more recently than at the turn of the 19th century. We gazed at it for a while, not saying much. The 8 men and women on the canvas had been painted so vividly that they looked more as though they'd been captured by shutter and lens than by oil and brush. That's what made the expressions on their faces so frightening. Each pair of eyes was bulging, protruding so far that veins and muscles were clearly visible where eyelids should have been. Their snarling lips peeled back tightly so that every crack and frothing crevice in the gums found their yellow teeth could be seen. Each snarling, ravenous face danced around a pile of flaming logs at the base of a wooden pole. A pole that had heard a crying child tied to the top, dangling mere feet from the flames. That wasn't what made the lump caught in my throat, though. Not initially, at least. No. Or first mate, I started to consider the possibility I was somewhere very wrong. It was the building the mad dancers were making their sacrifices in front of. It was our hotel. I won many times since refurbished, but still very much rustic and true to the town's roots hotel. The painting didn't have a title or a frame. It hung on a rusted nail and dirty string from the cinder block walls. After a few minutes, one of us shouldered and suggested we move on. Unfortunately, the rest of the exhibits only gave the growing tightness in my chest further cause to take hold. The lump in my throat grew heavier with each illuminated exhibit. The spaces between breaths were shorter and shorter with every new oddity the museum management kept hidden down here, away from minds too weak to comprehend them. There were taxidermied creatures none amongst us recognized. Stuffed things with forms completely unfamiliar. A menagerie of twisted beings with no tangible adherence to the laws of nature or biology. There was a school of 6 dried fish, each sporting 3 pairs of inch-long human arms, hung on wire from a thin pipe scaffold. There was what I can only describe as an orangutan with matted dark fur and a large mouth where that embellished me. Locked forever in a jewel with a rhino-sized dog and a wooden large plinth. Most shocking of all was the large dried-out husk of a bus-sized maggot with the face of a colossal human baby hanging from the ceiling by thick cables screwed into somewhere unseen on its back. We found dioramas and paintings of horrific acts and incidents. The details are so clear they could only have been recreated from the memory. There were shelves of dusty books, volumes bound in I don't know what to know what. Students with titles like Ha Ha Ha, the Children Are Bleeding, A Housewife's Tale, and The Sanctity of Silence. Scattered on amongst the paintings, shells, and grotesque anatomies would be glass cases containing tools and implements whose designs seemed far too intricate and advanced to carry the level of rust and corrosion they did. Despite the fresh wave of dread that came with every new monstrosity, we pressed on, trying and failing to convince each other and ourselves that none of them were real. It's just leftover stuff from some stupid art project. Look, you can see on that one it's obviously made of rubber, right? Whoever made this stuff was a really twisted guy, probably some kind of sick basement dweller. These comments and many more did nothing to stem the rising panic and what forced nervous last remained. We'd been stupidly traumatizing ourselves and the crushing darkness for about half an hour before it. A mask, laying alone on a plinth full 6 feet away from any other nightmarish exhibits. I spotted it first. I wish that hadn't been the case. If one of the others had been the first to unearth that in the dark with the glare of their cell phone lights, maybe they would have been the edit that put it on. It was completely blank, save for a half dozen or so angular symbols carved thumb-deep into its surface. There were no eyes, no mouth holes, no gaps with which the wearer could see or breathe. It was made of a metal I didn't recognize, a dark and bluish mottled substance that reflected the life of my phone back at me as a heady mix of purples, oranges, and greens. Almost like an oil slick. It has the strangest qualities and is more difficult to put into words. I can't quite phrase it right, but I knew I was looking at it. It was happy. It had wanted to be found, in an awareness I can't explain. It said, "Let me know that very clearly." It caught me, communicating with some conscious suggestions that this was the one time when you should touch the exhibit. I was already holding the thing in my hands before Larry or Jeff or Ethan yelled something in my direction through the haze. Even though the air this far into the mausoleum of unutterable things was freezing, the mask was warm to the touch. Its pearlescent metal surface soothed my fingertips, inviting me to feel its bliss-inducing heat on my face. I just about registered a hand on my shoulder when the mask's velvet interior suckled onto my waiting, smiling features. Instantly, I knew I'd hecked up. When my eyes opened, I wasn't in the storage room. I wasn't anywhere. I was floating in a void, surrounded by nothing but endless blackness. Not floating, falling. There was no air, but the emptiness ripped and skimmed my face as I plummeted. All around me was pitch black. Yet as I strained, I realized to my growing horror that there were shades and tones for that absolute nothingness, despite the fact it's utterly impossible. Streaks of the dark shadows still concealed monsters under children's beds. Patches of moonless nights with which unspeakable things prowl, ills of the unknowable darkness that sits in the hearts of evil man. All of these shades of nothing and more danced and writhed around me while I tumbled. The friction that shouldn't exist in a vacuum ripping my skin raw. I began falling in a soundless scream for what felt like days when something slammed into my chest, knocking the wind out of me. Thump. The smell of sea air and fish brown pierced my nostrils. I could hear men grunting and shouting from every direction, roaring to be heard over the waves. There was a solid floor beneath me, wood that was wet and cold and smelled of dead things pulled from the depths. I'd been in the multi-tone darkness so long that it took me a few moments to register that my vision was returning. I stood still screaming, my skin was still being whipped raw, but now the lashing came from freezing rain-filled Atlantic winds. I was on a ship, the same fishing vessel as the dire armor in the front of the trapdoor in the museum. The fishermen were there too. They were staring at me, each stopping whatever important task they were doing to go up at the sudden stranger in their mind, in their midst. I didn't have time to go, one of them yelled, pointing at something behind me. I turned. The screams were knocked from my horrified lungs by a fresh, inexpressible terror. The thick tentacle of the ocean monstrosity in the dire armor crashed through the rigging above my head. Splinters and shards peppered the rain as I fell to my knees, wailing at the sight of those sewer plates as stickers, lined with obviously human teeth. I was rooted, paralyzed with fear, as the squid-like appendage as thick as a train funnel fell upon me. I closed my eyes, the smell and warmth of its flesh inches away from my face. When I was falling again, the salty tang and roar of the waves were replaced with the sting of rushing darkness. Bum! The wind was once more knocked for me. This time I could smell smoke, hear a child crying. I was in the painting Larry had found. The warmth of the fire licked my tear-stained face as I backed slowly away from the rabid dancers leaping towards me. They were whooping and hollering, screaming in a dated but recognizable dialect about my coming being a sign from the old gods. One manages to grab my arm and bite down, leaving a scar I can still feel but can't yet bring myself to look at. I turned to run, bumping into a stolen old man clutching a canvas, brushes, and some paints. Thump. I stood in a field. A crowd of indigenous-looking people stopped skinning the headless orangutan. They killed to stand and pointed in my direction, reaching for their spears and axes. Before they can split my skull open, there is a deafening rib bit. A frog the size of a rhinoceros leaps from the bushes. It lands on one of the natives. It's a loud crack in the wind as their spine breaks. Before either his kin or myself can react, I'm knocked to the ground by a sticky amphibious tongue with a tip the size of my face. I'm wrenched from the ground, my fingernails filled with dirt as I scramble to pull myself away from the beasts waiting more. Thump. I'm standing alone on a plain. Wild horses stampede around me, braying and snarling and panicking. I turn around to see they are being chased by a living version of the baby-faced maggot husk from the museum. Spindly arms that must have rotted off snatching up the whole horse to stuff into its gaping toothless mouth. Its glassy, lifeless eyes lock on mine, and somewhere in the back of my skull I feel its sudden curiosity at the new thing before it. Thump. Knee-high prehistoric reptiles scamper at my feet. They stop building a waist-high obelisk and put down the miniature tools to observe me, conserving in a language of syllables and vowels impossible to replicate with the human tongue. Thump. Sulfur and ash clog my lungs. I can hear nothing but the roar of primordial tectonic fury. The sky is dark and red. All my eyes are blinded by a layer of soot. I catch sight of a horizon of volcanoes and firestorms. Thump. I'm in space, and a spiraling cloud of dust and debris stretches around me. From somewhere in the distance, the faint light of our infant stars covered my choking full of faint light. Orange glow. I'm sitting in a chair. There's a glaring sun over me, although it is not my own. I wince from its brightness, straining to take in my surroundings. The chair is on a completely flat metal surface that glistens with the same pearlescent shimmer as the mask. This flat plane stretches around me in all directions until it reaches a large well of the same material, thousands of miles in the distance, and taller than any building the hands of men could construct. The bindings and chair are like nothing I recognize. They're at once both organic seeming and flexible, yet apparently forged from the same rigid metallic substance as the ground. I don't have long to try and understand this contradiction, however. The booming voice from the stairs beyond this little alien sun made sure of that. Add good. We'd wondered when your kind would be ready. The power of it knocked what little breath remained in my lungs. I felt my eardrums burst. That's how I know I can't hide in the false comfort of convincing myself this never happened. I could never have imagined or conceived the owner of that atom-rattling voice, and even if I could, a voice in my head couldn't leave me permanently deaf. The end of the first sentence was enough to make sure I'd never hear anything again. The rumbling and buzzing in my every fiber let me know it was still conversing as I looked up. It was bleeding and let out a scream I could no longer hear that I don't think stopped for several days. The alien sun wasn't a sun. It was a bulb. A planet-sized bulb hanging from the wires as thick as Jupiter's red spot in diameter. The flat metal plane I was on wasn't an empty landscape. It was a petri dish. The real horror came when I worked out the true meaning of the shifting constellations in the sky above. The stars beyond the colossal bulb above the dish weren't stars at all. They were reflections. Reflections in the trillions of eyes of the galaxy-sized being, peering down at my impossibly tiny, insignificant form. Its scale was so vast that I couldn't make out many details beyond these eyes. An insurmountable number of pupils the size of stars blinked and drilled into me from the gaping, no longer emptiness of space above. Even craning my neck to look directly up, I couldn't see the full extent of its form. So colossal was this being that the twinkling reflections from the furthest of its eyes would have taken eons to reach the spots where I strained and fought against my bindings. The stellar gulfs between eyes were smoky and gaseous, yet I knew that beyond those plumes, large enough to swallow the Milky Way, a vast cosmic anatomy lay hidden. At the great rim of the dish on which I studied its form spread into a nexus of thin tendrils. These longitudinally impossible to measure swarms of ancient limbs, ballooned and stretched outwards, forming thick oily clouds that convulsed across the steel tundra. The rupturing bust from the beyond, all reason didn't stop as one of these fogs snaked towards me. Its tip was the size of a continent. I could feel the gravitational pull from it as it got closer, the the sheer force threatening to rip me from the living metal chair. I was still screaming when my eyes rolled back in my skull. The experience was finally too much for my mind to take without shutting off. I was in the basement of the museum. Larry, Jeff, and Ethan were standing above me. They were shaking me, saying something. I couldn't hear them. I couldn't hear anything but a shrill ringing that drowned out all of the sounds. It didn't matter to me anyway. I ran both from the storage room and from then, but not before bending over to puke for a good 20 minutes. I was shaking, crying. Could feel via the tearing in my throat that my screaming hadn't stopped. I never saw any of them after that night. I cut off all ties, didn't even message them to explain why. They could have gotten curious and tried on the mask themselves for all I know. I ran straight back to the hotel, covered in tears, grabbed my bags and left, sinking everything I had into the first ticket back home. Not college home either, home. I dropped out of school and moved back in with my parents. I can't look at the photos of that time of my life, not without breaking down into a quivering mess. Even with heavy medication, the slightest reminder is enough for me to write off the rest of the day. Or at least it was. I've been getting better with sign language, so I've gained back a little confidence. Even enough to face writing down everything for the first time, to actually try to relive the memory and piece together what I saw. You probably wouldn't guess from the length, but this has taken me about 5 months to get down. I've had to stop multiple times, and once even had to check back into a psych unit for a few days. It's been worth it though, looking back. It's out of my system. That's the first step, right? Now I can go about the task of taking my therapist's advice and try to pretend it didn't happen. That's not her words for it, but they are mine. I know it's happened. This wasn't a drunken memory distorted by a psychotic break. I remember all of it far too clearly. Plus, if it's a false memory, why did a mask-shaped package wrapped tightly in a crumpled canvas painting of madmen dancing around a pyre arrive on my doorstep this morning? There was a low point in my life and I just needed a little help. A friend told me about this friendly family who agreed to rent me a room they built in their garage until they got on my feet. I didn't mind. I made it warm and cozy. I even put a blanket up as a makeshift door for privacy and to keep the cold out. Their daughter Tracy and I became very close. The heads of our beds were separated by the garage and we would sometimes talk to each other through the paper-thin wall when her parents were asleep. It was a small 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house with a garage in the front located directly across from Palmdale Mall. You walk through the front into the living room and kitchen, then to the right an open doorway to the hall, the bedroom, then the other rooms in the back. The night I was sleeping and I woke up feeling dread. I started to hear fumes and noises on the other side of the wall that I couldn't explain. At first I thought it was her TV on low and her just moving around to get comfortable, but I soon realized that I was hearing her. It sounded like she was crying almost as if into a pillow. I couldn't make out what she was saying. No, go away, please. Then I heard a scream out my name. I ran into that house so fast that I beat her parents to her room. As I approached her open door, I saw something that chilled me to the bone. It was a gray mist hovering over her bed, like a sheet, and she was lying there gripping her blankets up to her neck. The second I entered the doorway, I saw the image of a withered older man pressing his face against hers, and then it whipped its head and looked straight at me like I was intruding. Its face then twisted and grimaced at me as she screamed my name again, but louder. I could feel its hate, and then it whisked away like long strands of hair blowing in the wind, followed by a dark shadow that trailed behind and quickly dissipated. I was the first to run to her bedside, holding her tight. I rocked her in my arms. Her body was shaking, and it took what seemed like forever for her to calm down enough to tell us what happened. She said she just laid down and turned the light off in a nightstand when she heard something coming from the other side of the room near the closet. Tracy said that she sat up trying to adjust her eyes when she saw what looked like a mist on the floor moving towards her bed. The room started getting colder. Tracy saw a face forming with a full body stretching out, and it started crawling up the end of her bed onto her legs. Tracy tried to move, but still she felt frozen with fear. Tracy told it no, but it just kept crawling up her body until her face was on top of hers. She said that face, he was smiling while he was choking me and taking my breath. Then she said that she screamed out my name. I don't know why her parents just blew it off. They told her it was probably a bad dream that felt real, but I believed her. They didn't see what I saw. I asked her dad the next day why they reacted like that and didn't support her fear, and he told me that he just thought she had an overactive imagination. He said that they see things all the time as well that can't be explained, but they don't freak out about it. He told me they named it Charlie. We strung white Christmas lights throughout her room afterward, and from that point on, she never slept with her lights out. A couple of months later, the weather was starting to get cold and wasn't bearable, and they were kind enough to let me sleep on a recliner in the living room that was facing the doorway to the hall. They had a baby gate in that doorway to keep their dog from going into their bedrooms at night, and I didn't mind sharing my chair. The dog kept me warm. On this particular night it was late. Everyone was in their rooms and it was quiet. The sound of the ticking clock was lulling me to sleep. I must have been knocked out for a couple of hours when I heard the gate rattle. I thought it was just her father getting a late-night cup of coffee, as he had done so many times before, so I didn't even look out of my covers. Anything was, this time I didn't hear him in the kitchen. Oh well, I thought, it was probably someone going to the bathroom, so I fell back to sleep. Once again I was awakened by the gate rattling. Only this time it was louder, as if someone was intentionally trying to wake me up. The dog next to me started shaking and growling, so I peeked out from under my blanket. There he was, standing with his hands on the gate, shaking it. He shook it louder and louder, and the dog started to bark. I thought someone was going to hear all the racket and come out, but nobody did. I was alone with this thing glaring at me. His face started to morph and his mouth stretched open, but I could somewhat see through him, and in a deep guttural voice he adamantly told me to get out. I put the blanket over my head and cried okay, over and over until he disappeared. I stayed up all night watching TV, just waiting until someone woke up. He wasn't more than a few days and I was out of there. Pretty soon after that they ended up moving too, not for the same reason, but I'm glad they did. I can't tell you the backstory of the house or who that older man was. Later I worked doing maintenance and painting for the real estate company that contracted that house, and every time that it would come up for repairs I bid it off to one of the other workers. My sister was unique, very funny, special, and the most loving person, but she did have a very dark side, and we all knew that. My sister was the eldest of 6, 5 girls and 1 boy. She had a spirit friend at a young age and had quite intelligent conversations with her. My mother even asked her to ask the friend things she never would have known the answer to at that age, but it floored my mother when she gave her friends a very mature response. She told me later that she felt like her friend was there because she needed her at the time, and after she grew older her friend told her it was time for her to go. She lived through the hardest of times with our mother's very abusive marriages, divorces in ever-changing locations and lifestyle. In some ways I think it made my sister feel very protective over Mom, almost borderline obsessive, doing anything in her power to get our mother's approval even if it hurt one of us. In some ways we believed she resented us for taking Mom's attention. I think she resented my brother the most for being the only boy in the family and getting all the praise that came with that role. It broke my mother's heart when we got married and moved away, so needless to say my sister wasn't too fond of his wife and made every attempt to distance our mother and his relationship with her. Then it was our second to the eldest sister, because she was always getting into trouble for her attention growing up and even into adulthood, constantly stressing our mother out and myself because I was the baby of the family. My mother and I had a special bond nobody could ever break. My sister had always been a little unstable, but there was a shift. Things just changed after the house in Alexandria. I slept with Mom there, and I remember night after night she would sit on the edge of our mother's side of the bed projecting negativity and expressing delusional problems for things that hadn't even happened until Mom started to cry for her to stop. It could have been that something may have attached itself to her, but I don't know. Fast forward to the end of my sister's life. My mother passed away at the age of 87 from cancer, leaving my sister feeling alone, not wanting to live anymore. She would never take her own life, but she longed to be with our mother in the afterlife so bad. She had been suffering for a long time with her own medical issues while Mom was alive, but now she felt like there was nothing left to fight for, so if she just stopped her treatments, the end would come. We all tried to bring her home with us, but she just wasn't having it. She suffered from paranoia, and she wanted to stay in that cold, empty place. She would just sit there holding Mom's things, staring off in the distance like she was simply waiting. I was there one night helping, like many nights before, when she asked me to come sit close to her. She said it was very important, so I moved closer. She told me that she was worried. She was at the end of her life, and she felt like she needed my forgiveness. She said that she had done things. Bad things. I told her that we have all done things we are not proud of, but she insisted what she had done was not good, and it impacted many outcomes in my life. She looked very worried. She wouldn't tell me what those things were, but I am pretty sure I knew, and they didn't have an impact on my life in a negative way. She said that for many years she had felt a dark presence clouding her thoughts. She opened her hand, spread her fingers, and hovered her hand over the top right side of her head and said, "Right here." I had always felt something around her as well, but I only told my mother about my concerns. At the end of her days, she suffered greatly. I wasn't there when she passed. I was 2 states away, so one of my sisters sent me a picture of her in her final days. She was propped up in her hospital bed with her eyes wider than I had ever seen them. She stared up to the right above her head, right where she said she felt that negative dark presence. This was not just a glaze there. This looked straight up like fear. I called her and asked the nurse how long she had been staring like that, and they told me that it had been so long they started using eye drops so her eyes wouldn't dry out. What was she looking at? It holds me to this day. The night she passed, it was late, so I waited until morning to tell my brother. He didn't seem surprised and asked me what time she took her last breath. He said he had a feeling, and with that I replied, "How so?" He proceeded to tell me that after we turned the light out and closed his eyes, something dark rushed at him. He said it was cold and frightening, and all of a sudden her face came to his mind and it felt like her. He just knew she had passed. Oh man, did that ever freak me out. A few days later, my eldest sister and my brother's ex-wife, who lived together, called me telling me that things crashed in their bathroom at 5 in the morning. The dog wouldn't stop growling at the top corners of the room, and asked me if I could help them cleanse their apartment, so I did. Now I'm thinking that I'm the next one on the list. But nothing happened. Almost a week goes by and I'm lying in bed. My grandchildren sleeping with me. My grandson looks up towards my bedroom door and says, "No, no, no, spooky." He was 4 at the time. I didn't even look. I told him it was all right and that the bed was covered in white lights and we were protected. I moved my hand as if I had a magic wand and was covering those like a blanket. He sat up, unlocked around, and said, "Oh, thank you." I went to sleep, and so did I. My son and his fiancée, on the other hand, did not go to sleep at all that night. Now I keep a very bright night light on in my room, so there was no explanation for this. I live in an old farm-style house with a loft upstairs where my son has his room. The door to the stairs goes into the kitchen facing my room. My son said that he and his fiancée came downstairs to the kitchen. They both looked toward my room to see if I was up, but in the doorway they described it as light-absorbing darkness. They both stood there in disbelief, stricken with fear, trying to see in my room. It was almost as if whatever it was couldn't get in there, but it was standing there just feet from my bed. Stayed there for a while and then went away. Later that month, my grandchildren and I drove down to my mother and sister's home to put all of their remaining belongings into storage, and that's when we were met with that same darkness that shook us to the core. It left me questioning life events from the past. Was it this thing that made her that way, and did I have a hand in changing the course now alive, or was what we saw in that house something else altogether? Hope she finds peace. I find it strange that everyone in my family in one way or another has experienced something warm and loving with my mother. A touch on the hand, a stroke on the cheek or back, followed sometimes by the smell of her perfume. But no one at all has been visited by my loving sister. It breaks my heart to think that we don't really know what is on the other side. Is she being held somewhere and we can't help her, or did she simply just move on? I hope it's the latter. Someone brought something up that made me think. I have to agree. He said, "It sounds like it lost your sister when she died. That's why it's been showing up at other family homes." I was looking for a new host, but it seems none of you were in a dark enough place for it to force an attachment. When she passed, one of my sisters stayed whispering spiritual affirmations, quietly suggesting she go into the light until she was gone, and that gave me peace. Before 2016, I lived in Palmdale, California. My sister, Honey, and my youngest daughter lived with my mother in a rented townhouse apartment in Oxford, about 2 hours away. Every week or two I made the long drive to take them shopping and clean their house because they were both disabled. My mother was my heart and my sweet sister helped raise me, so anything they needed, I was there for them. On the first floor, the kitchen was in the back with a door that opened to the backyard, then a big open space, then the living room in the front door. On the right, the bathroom and my mother's bedroom. The stairs were on the left with a half-wall railing going up the first landing. My mom was sitting in her lift recliner on the right facing the base of the stairs. One night, we were all sitting in the living room watching a show with the lights on, and my daughter was upstairs in her room. We were laughing at someone we saw on TV, and I saw something on the stairs. It darted down the steps real fast, peeking up at me, then ducked down behind the railing, followed by a cold chill that entered the living room. My mother commented that it was cold and pulled her row together. At first, I thought it was my daughter playing tricks on me, but when she didn't pop up, I felt concern. I said, "Mama, did you see something?" Because she had full sight of anything there. She said, "No, dear." I thought I did, but there's nothing there. That's when it hit me, and instinctively I knew what it was and where it came from. I ran up the stairs and burst into my daughter's room. "What did you do?" She looked at me with her eyes wide. She knew exactly what I was referring to and started apologizing. I told her to tell me what she did to bring it into this house. She proceeded to tell me that when her girlfriends were there, they thought it would be fun to summon a spirit. Then they tried to reach the father of one of her friends who passed away 2 years prior, but she said something else came through and it scared them, so they stopped and her friends ran home without even saying goodbye. Well, I was furious. How dare you play with something you don't understand? I told her that I knew she was just trying to help a friend, but for heaven's sake, I wanted her years ago never to mess around with things she didn't understand and had no control over. I was thinking that not only do I constantly worry about my family's health now, I have to worry about this. I asked if she at least closed the door, and she looked at me with a blank stare. Obviously, she did not. She said they made a Ouija board out of paper, and when they were done, she ripped it up and threw it away. That door had to be closed. We gathered the pieces and she called her friends. 2 of them were too scared to come back, so we had to perform the closing without them, but in the back of my head, I knew that it didn't work and it was still there hiding. At that point, there was nothing I could have done viewing the circumstances at the time. Fast forward to 2016. I had an opportunity waiting for me in Washington State, so I begged and pleaded for my mother and sister to go with me, but my sister Honey was fanatically scared of change, and although my mother desperately wanted to go with me, she couldn't leave my sister's side. I wish now I was more persistent. So I moved, reluctantly leaving them with my daughter and her now husband to take over their care. Within those 2 years, my eldest sister, Honey's health, severely declined, and my mother shared with me 8 months after I moved that she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I flew and drove back and forth to be with them, and every time I showed them pretty pictures of my new life and our beautiful green surroundings, asking them to return with me, and every time, Honey said they would say that she was too apprehensive to leave and said no. In 2018, they both passed away. My mother from cancer and my sister from an existing illness, taking a big part of my heart and my soul with them. My daughter and her husband moved out, leaving all of my mother's and sister's things there. Somebody had to put their stuff into storage, and of course, it had to be me. Even though I was the youngest of 6, I felt it was my duty. I drove there with my 2 grandchildren, 8 and 4 at the time, because there was no one available to watch them for that longer time period. When we arrived, the place was in shambles. Dirty dishes and moldy food lined the counters and were piled up in the sink, and it looked like soot all over the floor. Marm and Honey's personal belongings were strewn around the house, and in my mother's room, a barricade of trash piled up all the way up to her door. In the middle of the floor in the open space was a full-length mirror I had never seen before, hanging off a wooden ladder. I just stood there and cried. I set up a clean spot in the living room for my grandson to play on his tablet, and my granddaughter wanted to help. As I was bagging things up in the kitchen, I noticed her just standing there staring into the mirror. I didn't think anything of it, but she kept standing there. Then I heard her say to me while not looking away, "Nah, can you get rid of this mirror?" I thought she wanted me to move it, but she was adamant that it had to be taken out of the house. As to why, she looked so scared, and she told me that while she was looking in the mirror, she was standing alone. She couldn't see anything in the reflection around or behind her. Just darkness was all around her, and something was coming. I looked at the mirror, not at myself, and it did look very dark. Say no more, not only did I take it outside, but I smashed it into little pieces and threw it in the trash can. We decided to sleep in the living room, and it took days to even come close to being done. This was the last night, and we were done. I just mopped downstairs, so I locked the doors and all the windows in the whole house, and we slept upstairs in the bedroom across from my daughter's old room. We hunkered down on some mattresses on the floor. I always left a light on in the hall. I'm reading a book online. My granddaughter had fallen asleep next to me, and my grandson was on his tablet at the end of the bed. I was getting sleepy, and my grandson started to yawn. He looked up from his tablet and his eyes got big. Then he ran to the door shouting "spooky" and slammed it. Running back, he quickly got under the covers and got as close to me as he could, making me feel very uneasy. I could see movement in the hall, dimming the light around and under the door, making swirling strange shapes as if someone were pacing, followed by surges of blackness and wisps of cool air coming from the space under the door. That night was long, and I felt on guard until I finally fell asleep as well, but woke up hours later and had to go to the bathroom, but I was too scared. I was waiting until daybreak, but I couldn't wait any longer. I slowly opened the door, fearing what was waiting for me on the other side. There was nothing, but I knew there was. I could feel it. I tried to be as fast as I could, and I left the bathroom door open so I could hear the kids. Then I ran back, hearing a swoosh behind me. I slammed the door and lay holding the kids until daybreak. I received a call from my sister later that morning. She couldn't understand how we'd been able to stay in that house. When I asked her why, she told me that when she was there grabbing some boxes of pictures, she heard noises coming from my daughter's room upstairs. She said it was loud, and she felt an evil presence, and everything inside her told her to leave, so she did. She told me that my son-in-law, for which I had no knowledge of at the time, was practicing black magic and summoning dark energy in that room. Not cool. Late that afternoon, everything was done. The kids were in the car, and the car was packed. I just wanted to look in my mother's bedroom one last time, where she used to sleep. These walls held so many memories. I felt like if I looked hard enough, I would see her lying where the bed had been, and in my mind, telling me not to cry. As I stood in the doorway, a chill went up my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck and my arms started to rise, and I could feel something closing in on me. In my ear, I felt a warm breath and heard one loud word: "Run." I ran out of the house so fast without even locking the door. As we were driving off, My granddaughter asked me who was standing in the window upstairs. Let me start by saying, we had a good and loving mother. She put us before anything and anyone. She sometimes worked 2 jobs to support the 6 of us. She did the best she could with what she had and what she was capable of at the time. I also know she had a personal passion for spiritual growth, the metaphysical and occult sciences. I think she was addicted to the sensation of the phenomenon. I think in some ways it opened doors to the other side. It just became a part of our lives, and we happily were along for her journey. When I was 5 years old, my big toe was cut off in some bicycle spokes. My siblings were told not to put me on the back of the bike without my shoes on. I guess my sister didn't get the memo. I was the youngest of 6, 4 girls and 1 boy. I slept with my sister closest to my age, but after the accident, I couldn't be in the bed with her because I had to sleep with this thing that helped my foot stay in place. And she might have moved in her sleep and hurt me. My mother made a cozy pad with blankets and pillows next to the couch where I could safely sleep in the living room. At that time, we lived in a townhouse apartment in Hollywood, California. Had a big living room with very high ceilings. To the left was a wide arched doorway that leads to the dining room and kitchen. Across the length of the archway were rolls of film strips my mother got from her job, and they streamed down across the doorway like beads. Straight ahead was the staircase, and under the stairs in a cubbyhole was my mom's desk. To the right was a long leather couch in my bed pad. Running off the wall to the ceiling behind the couch were huge psychedelic Zodiac posters. People thought our place was groovy. It was the late 60s. We all saw little things here and there. Nothing really scary, just odd. A couple of times we heard running down the stairs while we were sitting on the couch or creaking in the hall. My sister and I saw someone who looked like our grandmother standing in our bedroom doorway for a long, long time, just staring at us. It was too dark to see her face. My mom told me that I talked about seeing angels and how I said that I picked her before I was born because she was what I needed for my life. I might remember bits and pieces, but that was all pretty much faded away, but this didn't. My eldest sister and I were watching the Late Show in the living room. Her on the couch and I was on my pad. Everyone else was in bed. I must have fallen asleep, so she turned off the TV and covered me up, that went upstairs to bed herself. After a while I woke up. It was so quiet. The moonlight coming through the kitchen window was shining on the film strips hanging from the dining room archway and reflected small color images on the floor. Because of this thing holding my foot still, I couldn't move. As I was laying there with my head on my arm, my eyelids were getting so heavy I had my arms stretched out across the floor looking at the pretty colors from the film danced on my little fingers, and I noticed the change. The color reflections were moving. I looked up the archway and the strips of film were moving as a breeze hit them. I laid my head back down and watched them start to sway back and forth. Then they started swaying and syncing with each other. I didn't know to be scared. I was so young. They kept swaying, then all of a sudden they stopped. Just like that. All of them at the same time just stopped. I was very curious. I propped myself on my elbows, still lying on my back, and tilted my head. I saw a figure behind the film casting a shadow next to me. The film strips started to separate as if someone was walking through them. It was an almost human form, but it was gray with no distinctive face. It had a male's energy. I could see him as he stepped closer. I looked down and noticed that he had no feet. I looked back up at him, but instead of him across from me now, he was crouching down 2 feet from my pad on the floor in front of me. I remember wondering why he had no light coming from him. I wasn't scared at that point. I just didn't understand. I got even closer and leaned over my head. I innocently looked up at him. He was less than 2 inches from my face. I could feel his cold breath on my nose, drying my eyes to the point that tears started rolling down my cheeks, and for the first time I felt real fear. I attempted to call for my mother, but nothing came out. My heart was beating so hard and fast I could hear it. I tried to scoot my body back, but the thing holding my foot wouldn't let me. He was leaning his whole form over my little body. I began to sweat when he started making an inhuman noise. It started out sounding like radio static, a low chuckle into a high-frequency long screech. Then a pain pierced into my big toe. It felt like a long burning needle going into the bone. I went to bed with fright and I had a loud ringing in my ears. Everything started to echo and spin. I remember seeing the room flip upside down and it all turned white and I passed out. I woke up to my mother cradling me and calling out, "Baby, you're right." I guess she had a feeling, so she ran downstairs. She said that something told her to check on me. She never told me if she saw anything. There was blood coming out of my toe. The doctor said I must have ripped out the stretches in my sleep, even though I know I didn't move. My sister just recently told me after that happened our mother had the apartment blessed, and that's why I never saw that thing there again. All I know is that she never let me sleep alone in the living room. In fact, after my toe healed, I slept with my mother from that point on, and she held my foot all night. This happened around 2007. I involved myself with self-help meetings, and I was there almost every day. I immersed myself in helping others and being of service. I included my daughter in those meetings, and she really enjoyed all of the comfort we had there, almost like a second family. We were respected and well-loved. Well, I didn't go around telling people about my and my family's past or our paranormal experiences. I didn't want anyone to think I was weirder than I already was. One day, this lady started sharing about her house being haunted. I didn't think much. People were always jumping on the paranormal train when it could just be explained by air coming from the vents moving the curtains, or pipes rattling in the night and a very big cause and effect. My daughter, on the other hand, whispered to me that I should help her. I whispered back that she had always been a storyteller. Everyone knew that, and I thought she was just trying to get attention like so many times before, and left it at that. Besides, she had always been rude to my daughter and me, despite us trying to be kind, so why would I bend over backwards and put myself out there like that? Time passed, and one morning she came in a little disheveled. It was before the meeting and I was setting things up. I asked her what was going on, and she just replied, "I need coffee, long nights," so I shrugged my shoulders and moved on. The meeting started and it was her turn to share. She started by telling everyone in the room that she wasn't crazy and that her house was haunted. People started to roll their eyes, but I was listening. She said it was watching her in the shower, and it would move her towel, watch her sleep, and sometimes shake the bed. She then said that her child didn't want to be in the crib in his bedroom and would scream all night, waking up with scratches on his face and back. Just then I looked up at my paperwork on the table in front of me and saw her face. I knew she wasn't lying. My daughter then touched my leg and whispered, "Please help her. Please remember, I'm not a self-proclaimed anything but a child." I knew what it was like to be in that situation as a small child, and even if I didn't care much for her, I can't let a child suffer. After the meeting, I pulled her aside and told her I might be able to help her, but I needed to walk through her house first to just get a feel of what we were dealing with, and she seemed happy that someone believed her. My daughter wanted so badly to go with me, but I never allowed my children to get involved in things of that nature. She was very persistent, so I figured, what could it harm? I'm just doing a walkthrough. When we arrived at the house, she greeted us at the door with tea and cookies. I stepped through the door, and despite all the lights on the room seemed dark. I asked her ahead of time to make sure her air was off and all vents and windows were closed. We went from room to room and corner to corner, feeling the definite change in density and temperature. My attention kept pointing towards her bedroom wall. I asked her what was on the other side, and she told me about the closet and to feel free to go into that room. As I walked through the door, I felt something inside me pulling me back. The room had pictures on the wall that were ripped, just hanging there. A barn he posted ripped in half, still stapled to the wall. Things were strewn about the room. Just then the door to the closet opened on its own and a cool breeze swept out. I didn't feel we were alone. I then backed out of that room and closed the bedroom door and asked her where her child was. She just said away. We sat down on the couch and she proceeded to give us the rundown on specifically what and where things were happening in the house. As we were talking, I noticed this very large fly. It was winter. You don't normally see flies in the cold weather. It was hovering over her head for a while, then over to my daughter's head, widely avoiding me altogether. This one was on for a while until it landed on my daughter's shoulder. Just then a tuft of her hair started to rise. She brushed it down with her fingers and looked concerned, like she was thinking, "Did anyone else see that?" I don't think the lady noticed. The fly then flew up above my daughter's head, and this time a bigger amount of her hair suspended straight up. I quickly got up and excused ourselves to step out the front door and assured her that we were not leaving. She was acting a little frantic that I was taking my daughter outside with me. It was at that moment I realized that my daughter was too vulnerable and needed protection. I said a protection prayer and covered her with a white light and told us to wait in the car. When I came back, it was like she was a different person. She cleared the table where we were last sitting. I was only gone for a minute. She then informed me that everything was fine. She was sure it would all go away. And then asked her about her little son. Didn't she ask me to help because of him? She told me that he had cried too much, so we got rid of him. She said it like she was just blowing it off and it wasn't a big deal. She said that a few days prior she told the authorities that her son won't sleep in his bed and he won't stop crying, so she gave him over to Children's Services. I just stood there in shock. What the hell just happened? As I was walking to my car, she said, "Hey, bring your daughter back anytime." She didn't come to very many meetings after that, and when she did, my daughter and I avoided her like the plague. A friend told me a few years later that she saw her at social services with her kids. She told her that she moved. I didn't even know that she had more than one child. I guess she got them back. Even though on a personal level I don't care for her as an individual, and as a mother I hope they're all doing well. My name is Brandy. I'm 56 and I live in Washington now. All these years my kids wanted me to write down events that happened to myself and my loved ones. Quite a few members of my family have recently passed away, leaving so many untold stories, so I didn't want these experiences to die with me. So for my children, here it goes. A lot of messed up and supernatural things have happened to us in our lifetime. Most with witnesses. This is one of them. About 27 years ago, while house hunting for a rental, I met the former renter of this rundown book livable house. She warned me a lot about living in this house because I have small children, and not only was it run down, it was very haunted, and she was stern, never let a man live here with you because he'll be taken over by the evil that lives there. Now I think she's crazy. She was just mad at the landlord for something. We needed a home desperately. I was also thinking that I've lived through worse and houses could always be cleansed, so I blew it off. I ended up renting the house, but I soon realized I should have heeded her warning. The house was musty and old and made of wood. The walls, ceiling, and floors were all wood. Even the bedroom doors blended in with the walls, but the bedrooms were painted on the other side. There were French doors all along the front of the house going into an enclosed but open-viewed screen porch with a front door. The main living space was long and open. The living and dining area was stretched into one long room, and it was always cold despite having the heater on and it being in the desert. It was located in the high desert of California, on the corner of an acolyte of barren desert, and across the street there was a popular grocery store and a few small shops too far for anyone to hear us. It served as a town hall back in the day, and I think a turkey ranch before that. It was 6 a.m. and we had planned a 3-day trip to the happiest place in the world, Disneyland. My kids, Michael age 1, Annie age 4, and Ginny age 3 were all sleeping on my bed in our bedroom at the other end of the house, so I could pack in peace for the trip in the dining room and not wake them. But I could see the bedroom door, and it was closed, and I was standing up folding clothes at the table. My boyfriend's mother, Opal, was sitting across from me when we heard the bedroom door creak open slightly. We both looked up, and it was my daughter Ginny and her little pink and white flowered onesie. I said, "Ginny, now you know it's too early. Go back to bed," and she said, "Me up now, Mommy," in her sweet little voice. It made us both trouble, and I told Opal that I thought she was just excited. I said, "No, baby, we're not going now, so please go back to bed." She stumped her foot, which we could feel vibrate through the floorboards. Opal then told me we'd better go put her back to bed, and I agreed. As I'm making that long walk towards her, I'm keeping eye contact. As I'm walking, I tell her, "No, baby," and once again she stumps her foot, smiles, and says louder, "Me," up with the sweetest smile, and she tilts her head. Opal even muttered, "Ah." It didn't dawn on me at the time how perfect her little pigtails were. At this point, I'm extending my hands towards her, but that smile though. I got about 6 inches from touching her, and all of a sudden she turned black and disappeared. Almost like sand falling to the ground, followed by the door quickly closing behind her. Opal had a surprise response. "What the hell?" Shocked, I stood there with my hands still extended, and then the fear came all over my body like hot and cold needles. My kids were all sleeping behind that door. I grabbed the handle and swung open the door, fearing for the worst, only to find my little Ginny fast asleep with her sister's leg over her. He couldn't have been her. Although when settling Opal and I didn't talk about what happened, and later at morning we all piled in the wagon and went on our trip. We had a great time, but when we came home we were met with all of the lights on and old music playing loud coming from the inside. People were standing around in my living room, 2 separate groups, like 2 different periods. I turned to my boyfriend and asked how these people got in, and if he left the door unlocked. He told me, "No, what the hell would I do that? You saw me like it." We all got out of the wagon and cautiously approached the front door. As I got closer, I could see a couch not where our couch was, with a man in a white tank top sitting there. He was dirty, and he was looking at this boy standing in the corner with such hatred. You could tell the boy was abused by the way he was standing there with his head down. That's when he looked up at me, and it pierced my soul even now thinking about him. The kids were scared and the dog was growling. I grabbed the doorknob to put my cane. Just then the music stopped and the lights went out. We opened the door and nothing. Nothing had been moved and no one was there. I couldn't get the image of that sad-looking little boy I saw standing there out of my mind, and it was a while before I saw him again. It was a nice day. My boyfriend and his mother were still at a doctor's appointment, and the kids and I were out grocery shopping and having a good time. I usually kept the living room lights on when I knew we were going to get home after dark. I didn't realize when we'd gone that long and it was just starting to be dusk. I pulled into the gate, and I think the kids were a little too rambunctious. Too much spare change, quarter machine candy, I guess. I sat for a moment planning my attack with getting all these groceries, a sleeping baby, and the 2 girls up the steps and into the house. And I noticed movement in the living room. No one was home. I could hardly see anything in there because the light wasn't on. I started to get out when the girls jumped out of the car and started running for the steps. "Stop," I yelled and ran over to them. When you could hear noise, there's like a child running around, and my eldest daughter to this day says she saw a little boy and described him to a T. But at that moment I thought it might be an intruder or something. 3 steps went up to a landing. A locked front door opened into a window screened-in porch. Then the 3 French doors. I told the kids to go to the car, but they were too scared to leave my side. Both of them clutching the back of my shirt. I armed myself with a big stick by the landing and forged through. I burst through the door to the porch, and he was there. His face with his 2 hands cupped against the glass as if he was peering out, and then he vanished. It was the boy I saw standing in the corner that day. We went inside and I searched every room with my obviously frightened children practically attached to my side. There was no one there. Was my mind playing tricks on me, and was I projecting my fear onto the girls? I turned on all the lights and ran to get my sleeping baby and the rest of the groceries out of the car, and I stopped in my tracks. There on the glass were 2 crescent moon handprints, and it was fogged up where his nose was and stayed there for at least 20 minutes. Let me add my thoughts here. I don't always need words to communicate with them or for them to get a message to us. They're not bound by flesh. It's important that you have an open mind and always keep your will strong. At night you could look out the French doors of the stores across the street and see the vast desert behind them. The property was pitch black, so you saw the reflection of yourself and whatever was behind you. That night everyone was asleep. It was near Christmas, so I was admiring the lights decorating the storefronts when I felt one of my children through the floorboards and keep up next to me and heard a faint giggle. I felt a tug on my shirt, so I turned my gaze to the reflection, extending my arm over as if to caress the back of his head and pull next to me. It didn't hit me. This wasn't my child. He came in under my arm and stood there looking up at me, and all I could feel was love and sorrow. I turned to look at him, but he was gone, so I looked back to his reflection and it was gone as well. He was about 7 or 8 years old. He had what looked like a black and white canvas on and was wearing old jeans with roll-up cuffs. I could see the edge of a white t-shirt under a light gray sweatshirt, and his hair was sandy blonde and whisked to the side with a sweeter smile. At that moment I felt everything and cried. I saw images of abuse I didn't want to elaborate on, and he made me feel that the man was not his father and that he loved the comfort of our presence. So many emotions. I went to bed and held my kids tight. I was so full of questions, like what happened to his mom? How did he die? I looked for records and was told that back in the day there were not many records kept out there in the desert. The person could live and die and no one would know unless it was reported. I felt whatever else was in the house was evil, and we found out just how evil it was the longer we lived there. I feel as if you described the bedroom so you can get a feel of the surroundings. On one side of the room there was my full-size bed against the wall, and a single bed next to me against the other wall, separated by a small nightstand with a lamp where my 2 little girls slept. The door to the living room was next to their bed, and at our feet was the whole door and closet. Many nights we would see the lights beneath the door get blocked out, as if someone was walking up to my room, just standing there, then fade away. At first we thought it was Opal going to the bathroom since it was right next to our room, but we found out later that it wasn't her because she was frail and had to use a potty chair in her room. The dog would sometimes growl and scratch, but when we opened the door to the hall there was no one there. Almost every morning at 6 a.m. we could hear the lid to the toilet slam up and the toilet flush, but when we ran in there the lid was down and the water was calm. A phone would start ringing in my room despite us not even having one, and we could hear old music coming from the walls from time to time. At first we thought it was coming from the pipes of our neighbor or something, but we didn't have any neighbors because the lady had already moved out and that house was completely empty. So many things happened there, but this night in particular caused me to never let my girls sleep in their own bed alone. The girls were so happy that day that they both received a package from my mom full of princess stuffed toys, cups and bowls, 2 beach towels and 2 nightgowns embossed with their favorite princess images. The nightgowns were short and silky, and after their bath they begged to wear them to bed, so I happily complied. It was quiet in the house that night. Opal was with family along with my boyfriend, and I don't remember where the dog was, but he wasn't there. I took them in all this by the wall, and the youngest closest to me on the outside. I wasn't ready for sleep, so I could just scarf over the lamp to dim the lights so I could still read. Now I'm sitting on my bed next to them, and as I'm reading the covers slightly came down off of the girls. I didn't think anything of this because my oldest daughter was notorious for kicking off the blankets, so I took them both in and continued reading. It happened again, and once again I covered them up. At this point I was feeling uneasy and the hairs on my arms were starting to rise, never a good sign. I looked at my oldest daughter and noticed that she hadn't moved. How is this happening? I sat back down on my bed and pretended to read, intently staring at the covers over the book pages, feeling my heart pound through my chest. Moments passed and I felt myself trembling, trying to hold the book steady, and then it happened. I saw the cover start to move, but the girls were still. I was confused. I didn't understand what was going on. The covers were then pulled down with force, so I leapt up and grabbed the covers from the end of the bed, pulling them up. At this point, I was standing next to them and my voice started to quiver as I firmly yelled, "Stay away from my girls." I still don't know who I was yelling at. I sat on the bed next to them, gripping the covers tight when they were jerked from my hands down to the foot of the bed. Exposing my girl's legs, and my youngest daughter's nightgown started to rise up to the top of her thigh. She started to scream and grab her leg as if she was feeling pain, waking her sister. I threw my body over the girls and screamed, "Get out and leave us alone," repeatedly. I tried my best to calm the girls down and protect them. We stayed huddled together all night. That was the last time I slept alone in the house. I was able to get a bigger bed, and we all slept together from that point on. I don't have photographic evidence, but my youngest daughter had large red marks going up her leg to her thigh. I bet you're wondering why we didn't just leave. Believe me, I wanted to, but I felt trapped. Not just by the house, but also by my boyfriend. Let me start by saying that Bill was not the nicest man. Oh yeah, from the outside he was great. He had a charming voice, and he made people laugh. No one thought he was capable of doing the things he did. He didn't know him like I did. I feel he tricked me when we first got together. I was young and impressionable. He knew I had low self-esteem, so he made me feel like I wasn't good enough for anyone else, and was lucky to have him, and we had children together. I knew what he was capable of, and let's just say that I didn't want to lose anyone I love, so that's why I didn't leave him. But this was different. This wasn't him. This was a whole other evil. I started noticing a shift in him the longer we lived there. We stopped going out as a family, and he stopped working. He put bars on the windows and one-way locks on all the doors with only one key. I felt trapped. Not even his mother cared. She would go into her bedroom and shut the door so she didn't have to hear me scream or our children cry when he sometimes hit me. Like always, he made me feel like it was my fault. Living there changed him, though. The things he started to do were out of his character that made me feel uncomfortable. He started watching me from dark rooms and behind cracks in the doors. When I asked him why he was doing this, he got mad and made me feel like I was crazy. When we were alone together in that house, I felt it was even more intense. One such night, the kids were with my mother's, and we had just finished dinner. We were sitting together on the couch on TV. I was mending a sock, and it had been a pretty good day. I noticed the change in the atmosphere. For some reason, he seemed to have gone quiet. I was just about to ask him if he wanted me to turn to the channel when a small flash of light hit my right eye. It wasn't until shortly after trying to find the source that I realized he was staring at me the whole time through a little piece of broken mirror in his right hand, hidden by the throw cover. My God, those eyes. Those eyes weren't his. I know him. This was not the person sitting next to me, and I was frightened to the core. He didn't even realize I was this, so I sprung up. His mom just had a phone installed, so I said I'm going to call my mother and check on the kids. He jumped and hid the mirror in the couch cushions and started trying to reason with me as to why I should come back and sit down next to him and not call my mom. It didn't like her. I noticed that while he was talking, he wasn't even looking at me. He was looking behind my head, almost like he was looking through me. I glanced at my reflection in the glass door, but nothing was behind me. I grabbed the phone and called my mother, assuring him I was only going to be there for a minute. He stared at the phone until he fell asleep, and quite a lot longer. My mother knew what was going on, but she felt helpless, as did I at the time. He got up grumbling something as he walked into the bedroom to go to sleep on the bed, so after we hung up I stayed awake with the blanket on the couch covering everything but my eyes while listening to him breathe until dawn, when I finally fell asleep. There was another time at around 4 p.m. We needed some groceries for dinner, so I got the girls ready and left my baby boy asleep in his playpen in the living room. Opal was napping at the dining room table, and my Bill was sitting on the edge of our bed in the room. I yelled out to him that I was leaving and to keep an ear out for the baby, but he didn't respond, so I repeated myself. I heard him mutter yes, so we left. The store didn't have something his mother wanted, so I had to go to 2 stores. It had just gotten dark as we pulled up. I heard the baby crying. I rushed in, and his mother was still sitting at the table. I picked up my son, and he was soaking wet, and it looked like he'd been crying for a while. I was changing his diaper, trying to calm him down the whole time. Opal was getting mad at me for leaving her alone with the baby. I was furious and I said that I didn't. I left him with your son. She looked surprised. She didn't even know he was home. What the hell? Where was he? I put my son down and told the girls to play with him. Something wasn't right. I didn't think he was still in the bedroom because the lights were off, but someone was in there. It was abnormally dark. I slowly went up to the door and walked in. A dim light was coming in through a crack in the blind, and I saw his silhouette still sitting on the bed. I hadn't moved. His feet were on the floor and he was slightly hunched forward with his elbows resting on his legs, cupping his hands together. The room smelled stuffy and thick like sweat. I called out his name, but he didn't reply. Once again, I called his name, adding, he was scaring me. I moved closer, saying, "Why aren't you answering me?" I saw he was sweating and that it was glistening in the light and dripping from his head to his hands and then his hands to the floor. I could hear it as it dropped. I was shaking while I slowly made my way around him to the lamp, and I heard a growl that almost sounded like it was coming up from the floorboards. I turned the lamp on. His shirt was soaking wet. He was a pool of sweat at his feet and his eyes were darker than I've ever seen them and his stare was fixed down. I was afraid to get near him, but I felt he needed my help. I started to shake him while calling out his name. He was cold to the touch. I crouched down in front of him between his legs, but honestly I wanted to run out of that room. I took his face in my shaking hands and with a quiver of my voice I said, "Please, Bill." Just like that he snapped out of it. He grabbed both my wrists and peeled me onto the bed behind him. He said with a loud voice, "What are you doing, you freak?" Then he got up and went to the bathroom. I heard him turn on the shower as I lay there, killed up not knowing what just happened. I soon composed myself and went out to bring the groceries in and make dinner. Later he joined us as if nothing ever happened, but I still felt uneasy. The night went on and he was his old self, goofing off with the kids and watching cartoons. I went to the kitchen and started washing dishes with my back in the hall. I heard him in the living room with the kids. I heard him. The next thing I knew, he was behind me and he aggressively grabbed my waist and put his mouth on me. I could feel his teeth on my neck. I jumped. He startled me. Then he looked at me like he wanted me dead and said, "You disgust me," and left the house. I don't know where he went. I didn't ask. All I know is that it was gone. He came back later that next morning dirty and saying something about someone getting lost in the desert. I remember him telling me once that I could scream out there and no one would hear me. We eventually got out of that house after living through horror, not knowing from day to day what was going to happen next and who was safe from that evil. Later, after his mother moved into her daughter's house, she passed away. I felt bad because I wasn't sad. I found a way to leave Bill. I made an excuse that I needed to pick up a check from the welfare department and I had to bring the kids with me. After I was there and told them that I was being abused, and they helped me find a safe place to go. After I didn't return that day, a detective from the sheriff's department came in asking me questions about him because apparently he stole a child and took her to that empty house. Thank God he was caught before we could do anything to her. I never let him hurt my children, but sadly they remember him hurting me. For years after that, I would have nightmares of him appearing at the foot of my bed, bawling his white up my legs, closing the space between our faces with his cold breath on my lips and those eyes. I would wake up gasping for air. About 9 years ago, I looked up his name and found him on a website exposing predators. I still shiver when I see small mirrors or broken glass. A few years after we moved out, I ran into the former renter, so I asked if she knew anything about a little boy I'd been living there, or did someone had died, and she said, "No, this is not that." She heard I don't know where, but there was a boy and his mother disappeared, leaving him with his stepdad. It was horribly abusive to him. Later, the boy was found stuffed in a hole on the property dead, and he found the stepfather's dried and decayed body on the couch in the living room. He'd committed suicide. I don't know if that's true, but it seemed pretty close to what I felt. I wish even now that I could have helped that sweet little boy move on. We couldn't even drive down that street for years after that, and we all cried with relief many years later when we found out that the house had been demolished to the ground and a housing truck was built over the land. I still wonder if those people living there are plagued by the evil that lived there. Shoo. Hearing that sound in my local library always annoyed me, especially when it came from one of the librarians. I'm always hearing on the news how libraries are struggling. They should just be thankful a group of young people, like my friends and me, chose one as our haunt. I live in a medium-sized town on the West Coast. We're not quite LA, but drive a few hours with your family in California. I'm not going to give you any more details than that, because I don't want you to come looking. I'll be honest, I don't think the reason my friendship group is now me, myself, and I is unique to our Manifest Destiny era ramshackle, wooden local library. I'm holding out hope that it is though, so I'm going to do everything I can do to make sure nobody comes snooping around. This is a warning, not an invitation. We started hanging around and eventually in the library last year. With the protests and lockdowns, traveling into LA or one of the other large cities didn't have the same appeal. It certainly wasn't an enticing prospect for our parents, so either by parental law or not wanting to drive a few hours just to get your windscreen smashed in by its protester. We spent the summer of our sophomore year finding things to do in our sleepy hometown. Since the bowling alleys and cinemas were closed or members only for the time being, the library ended up being our port of call. There were 5 of us, me, Jackson, Henry, Death, and Laura. For context too, we were your typical nerdy geek bunch. I'm aware that the library isn't the first choice for many folks my age, but we weren't cool enough to go driving around the desert or find somewhere to drink liquor stolen from our parents. What we were cool enough to do was get really interested in any of the niche topics found in the old dusty volumes on the shelves. Week 1, it was Peruvian horticulture. Week 2, the naval advances of 19th century Holland. We didn't take it too seriously, you understand, and I realize how dumb it sounds out loud. However, despite how dry these topics may be, I would give anything to have another Friday night's PowerPoint showdown at Lara's, or hear Jackson tell me about the raunchy extramarital affairs of an obscure car architect, only famous for designing some kind of bridge in the 1790s. I miss them. It's only been a week, but I miss them all so much. It was the evening before one of the aforementioned PowerPoint lectures and pizza evenings that everything went wrong. The topic was the history of, female satisfaction. Laura had picked the topic for that weekend. Since she was dating Jackson, this made for a lot of jokes, innuendo, and overexcited teenage whispers and giggling. Shoo. The librarian was not happy. Her harsh hisses pierced my eardrums every 20 minutes or so. Genuinely, we did try to keep the noise down from our little corner of the maze of shelves to a minimum. There's only so much self-control bored teenagers can exert. However, this is your last warning. After a few hours, we all looked up to see the aging librarian. She was standing above us, arms crossed, her raisin face locked in a scowl. Keep the noise down, I won't be able to tell you again. With that, she stomped off back into the labyrinth of spines and pagers. What did she mean by that? Laura said, one eyebrow raised. I think she means shut up, Laura, Jackson replied, grinning. That's usually the definition of shoo. She gave him a playful punch on the arm, rolling her eyes. I know that's Einstein, but why did she say, I won't be able to tell you again? Does she think we're going to go somewhere? That's a weird way to say it, I shrugged. But she is old, like, way old. I think she's been the librarian since my dad was a kid. Jackson stood up. Whatever, she should just be happy someone is actually using this place. I'm going to take a leak. He strode off, following the librarian into the dusty gloom. "He's going to read all the notes he's been making our bets," Henry said, grinning and pointing to the book he'd left on female anatomy. Laura went red, and we all howled with laughter. It was loud, too loud. "Not deaf." We heard Jackson's yell even above our mirth. In an instant, we stopped laughing. "Jackson," Laura called out. Her trembling query was answered as soon as her lips closed. The response came from everywhere, all at once. And it wasn't Jackson. "Shoo." The voice was thin and sharp. I don't know how faint in my ears, but the deafening roar by the time it reached my brain. It seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. A homeless sound rang from the gaps between covers and unopened pages. A horrible sound, far worse than any reprimand from the librarian. It sounded more mechanical than human, like 1,000 typewriters scraping together to make an imitation of speech. Jackson, Beth, and Henry both yelled this time. Laura had stood up, fists clenched. "Shoo." Again, the hiss rolled from under shelves and out of the floorboards. It was louder this time, longer. It scratched my ears and caused spots of light to crackle at the outermost edges of my field of view. Beth started to cry. Still no response came from Jackson. "Jack, shoo." This time, I was the one ushering silence. I raised my finger to my lips, the other held in the air, telling the others to wait. As soon as we stopped, so did the noise. One moment, the air was electric with malicious static. And the next, you could have heard a pin dropping, another much smaller pin. We waited for a few moments, not saying a word. I could hear nothing except for the occasional sob from Beth, and the thud-thudding of my heart and my ears. Then from the shadow maze of shelves, there came a soft thump, like something heavy being dropped to the floor. Something or someone. Now, as you can probably guess, my little group of ragtag misfits wasn't the type you'd call brave. If we were, we'd have spent our summer somewhere, much less time than at the library. However, while not brave by any measure, I was the most adventurous of the group. It's the reason I was the only one out of Jackson, Henry, and I, who didn't get too much hassle from the athletic kids or stoners. Yes, I may not have gotten into trouble for fights or cigarettes, but in detention, they still had respect for the guy who nearly blew up the chemistry lab and hacked the school computers to run Minecraft back in 4th grade. I mention this not to brag, but because I don't want you to think I abandoned Laura, Beth, and Henry. One of us had to go and find Jackson after hearing that thump. I was the only one it was ever going to be. They couldn't have moved even if they wanted to, and besides, I had no idea what would. Anyway, I gave Laura a nod and put my fingers to my lips again, hoping the message was clear. I slowly crept forward toward the shelves. A firm grasping at my ankle had me whipping around, ready to run for my life. It was only Beth, sobbing and shaking her head at me slowly. I didn't want to show her as I was scared and she looked, so I shot her a grin and a thumbs up. Laura took her hand and I continued onwards. I tiptoed between the shelves for what felt like hours. I read once that adrenaline can distort your sense of time. Even factoring in the fact that my fight or flight response was in overdrive, I was still walking much, much longer than I should have been. The longer I walked, the stranger and more unfamiliar around me the shelves appeared. The gray steel modular shelves gradually gave way to warped wooden units. The books they contained had odd titles, by authors I either didn't recognize or knew by their infamy outside of literature. The Expendability of Man by H. Gimler, Trends in Upholstery and Leatherwork by E. Gain, and Lust and Lucrative My Story by H. Weinstein. The fonts of the spines were jagged and odd, and after a while, the titles paid no attention to punctuation or capital letters. Some didn't even have an earther. Burn them by a guy. Her, the children are bleeding. A housewife tale, and perhaps most chillingly of all was, what was clearly a photo album with dead babies, scrawled on the side in dark green Sharpie. The weirder the books and shelves got, the more the light changed. The library wasn't well lit to begin with. Heavy shutters and decades have dusted a good job of keeping the 24-6-365 West Coast sunlight out. And the strip lights overhead hadn't been replaced since the 1970s at least. Well, the lights were overhead, I should say. I looked up when I realized that the ceiling above me and the yellow flickering lights that hung from it had gone. In their place was nothing. Both I stretched a void, an emptiness that faded to inky blackness, barely a few inches above the shelves. A cloud of impenetrable shadow rolled above this unfamiliar section of the library. However, I wasn't in darkness. If anything, the place I was in now was better lit than the library I knew. I glanced down at my hand, holding it above my arm. Frowning, I looked down and turned around on the spot, heart rate rising with each shuffling step. I had no shadow, neither did the shelves. Even underneath them was lit, as if someone was shining an industrial-strength flashlight in every spot at once. It was a harsh white light with no source, one that made things look sharper and more in focus than they should. As I said, I was adventurous and had a rebellious streak, but I was never brave. Beth, Henry, Laura, I called out, breaking my cardinal rule. My voice trembled and cracked. I could feel my bottom lip start to wobble. I'm not ashamed to admit that at all. If anything, I'm proud I didn't soil myself. Do you, Jackson? I stammered. There was no response. Not even from the presence that had hounded was after Jackson vanished. Not that I was complaining. There was nothing but silence. Librarian lady, I hazarded, still nothing. The silence seemed to press down on me, stifling my words, before they could echo further than a shelf or two. I couldn't even hear a ringing in my ears. I could feel my heart pumping in my chest, but I realized there was no rhythmic rushing of blood against my eardrums. I was about to turn and run as fast as I could back to the group when this place where no human should tread decided to respond. I heard it a few shells over, an unmistakable wet squelch of something large and organic, falling from a great height. Jackson. I'm proud of myself for the fact that in that moment, concern for my friend's safety preceded my growing tenor. I skidded nearly to a crash after hurling myself towards the intersection between rows. I turned in the direction of the thud. E was simultaneously both straining for further sounds and trying to ignore the fact that my shoes were silent on the threadbare carpet. I stumbled into the shelving crossroads, just in time to catch a glimpse of someone, striding purposefully away down another alley of oddly titled books. An alley that was in the exact direction the sound had come from. I didn't have time to take in too many details, as I followed despite my limbs' better judgment. Just a thin leg in dark, gray suit trousers, an overly polished black boot, and the swish of a dusty dark velvet coattail. I was relieved, and still am, to have found the bookshelf aisle, where the squelch had come from, was empty. Now I know what I'd just chased. I'd count my blessings that the others must have picked that moment to start making noise. That's the only reason that I can come up with why it wasn't waiting for me when I came around the corner. As it was, I was still alone. At least I could see where the sound had come from. There was a book lying face down and open on the floor. I've never seen a book so large or thick in my life, like somebody had combined 3 Bibles and a copy of the Quran for good measure. The cover was moist and reflections from an unseen light danced across its slick surface as I edged closer. The hair's late puberty had graced me with so far rows, lifted with static generated by a new, inexplicable apprehension forming on the surface of the deep dread I was already drowning in. I could see that the pages were wet too, so wet that they were dripping. A dark puddle was forming around the open tome. If I didn't know better, I could have sworn it writhed every so often. No, not writhed. Breathed. It was almost imperceptible, but at regular intervals, the spine rose and fell a fraction of an inch. I dismissed the observation at the time, but, well, let's just say the 2020 vision hindsight brings isn't always a welcome thing. Once I was a few steps away, I could see the leather-bound volume was indeed leaking an ochre mucus from unseen pores, just enough to give it a coat of foul-smelling grease that pulled around it. I didn't have too long to inspect this, though. Only a moment passed between my reading the title and me running back towards the others with you in between my legs. Tea was streaming down my eyes, and the loudest scream I've ever mustered tearing my throat apart. The skin-bound book was called The Sanctity of Silence by Jackson Bridger. I only knew one Jackson Bridger, and his voice sounded far too much like the shrieks that followed me as I charged down the impossibly endless rows of abhorrent texts by infernal minds. I must have been running impossibly fast because I found myself back at our corner in only a few minutes. If I wasn't already sobbing, I would have started then. All three had gone. There was, however, another damp seeping book on the ground. This one was smaller than Jackson's, and the words scarred into the cover read Volume Control for Dubbies by L. Easley. I don't need to spell it out for you unsure. I knew an L. Easley. Lara. I don't know what compelled me to bend down and open the front cover. Probably some twisted counterpart of the same curiosity that led to the bully-proofing chemistry lab incidents. The wetness on the leather felt greasy and viscous, a substance that reminded me of both oil and phlegm. That wasn't what immediately grabbed my attention, though. The first thing I noticed was how warm the material was. I know warmth is usually calming, but at that moment it was exactly the last thing I wanted from a book whose cover's similarity to human skin I found it harder to ignore by the second. When the cover fell open and the first page was revealed itself, I nearly vomited. It was Lara's face. Well, a picture of her face, I hope at least. Her once attractive features, Jackson definitely punched upon his weight, were twisted and crushed as though she'd had her head violently forced against the photocopier. Eyes closed, nose bent, and clearly broken. Tips pressed so hard that teeth poked through the bloody wounds around her nose and chin. The picture looked so real. More real than a photograph. I don't know how to explain it, but it looked clearer and more realistic than if she'd been stood in front of me. Shaking, my shameful curiosity moved my fingertips across the image of my missing friend. What color remained in my own face drained? The page was bumpy, rough, although barely. If I wasn't touching it, I'd have had no idea it wasn't flat. It also didn't feel like paper. Paper isn't that soft, isn't that warm. Doesn't have fine hairs only detectable by the lightest touch. I nearly screamed when I lit a light tickle of an eyelash. I didn't have time to, though. The picture of Laura opened its eyes. The next few moments are a blur. I must have dropped Laura. No, can't think like that. The book that looks like Laura. Because of the next thing I knew, I was in the entranceway of the library. The normal entranceway to the normal library. I was on my backside, covered in tears and urine and the ollie phlegm from that book. But I was in the real world. I was on my ass because I just bumped into the librarian. The old woman glared down at me. "Shoo," she hissed. I was about a while in protest to tell her something horrible had happened to my friends, that she needed to run when my words caught in my throat. Something dripped on my exposed ankle. Something thick, greasy, and warm. I felt my gaze slowly pulled upward to the ancient woman above me, drawn with horror to what she'd clutched between her frail arms. She was carrying 2 books. Each was bound in a thick leather cover that heaved in and out of her grasp. The faint folds and stretches around her hands wriggling and twitching too clearly to ignore. What made me scream so loudly that they'd had to remove my tonsils, however, were the titles. I never found out what Henry's volume was called. Seeing the words, I never told him I loved him. The life and quiet times of Beth Stanford were enough. I've never been so glad to feel the sunlight. I threw myself out the double doors before the librarian, all the things she was working for, had a chance to punish me for my loud transgressions. As you can guess, it didn't take long for the police, not to mention Jackson, Henry, Beth, and Laura's parents, to start asking questions. I haven't been able to answer them. I haven't been able to say a word for a week now. The only reason I'm not a suspect in their disappearance is to state the local sheriff found me in. By his reckoning, no guilty person would turn up at a police station, coughing up their own blood and covered in every fear-related bodily excretion imaginable. They haven't found any bodies or the books. I haven't written down what happened until now. Nobody in my town would believe me anyway. I wouldn't have done. What I have been doing since then, is research. This is why I am begging you to stay away, not just from my library, but any of them. You're probably wondering whose leg I saw before I found the book about Jackson. I still can't accept. Well, yeah. I was wondering the same thing. Despite the trauma, my curiosity had to know. It was when I found an article in archives with a local paper from the early 1900s that I got my answer. It was a piece from 1902 titled "Local Library Brings Literacy to Ex-Prospector Town." There was a photograph in the article. A photograph of a building I recognized instantly. It's the same library my friends and I made the grave mistake of haunting. Something in one of the sepia windows caught my eye. After mucking around with the contrast and brightness in Photoshop for a bit, I saw what it was. Interestingly, I knew I was looking at the thing responsible for my friends never leaving that library. It was a person, although it was impossible to tell if they were male or female. Broad shoulders and wide hips framed in an impossibly narrow waist. It was wearing a dark gray suit and velvet overcoat, vintage by today's standards but decades ahead of where fashion was in the 1910s. In its spindly arms, it held a stack of thick volumes bound in a material I recognized instantly. Well, all except the topmost tone of the stack. That one I also knew I'd seen before. It was the plastic photo album with dead babies, scrawled on the side in Sharpie. I didn't have too long to wonder why a figure in 1902 had a photo album or Sharpie, however. The thing's face made me snap my laptop shut and throw it out the window too quickly to inspect it further. It didn't have a face. It didn't even have a head. Its neck extended almost twice as far as any human neck I'd seen. It ended not in the head, but in a massive face-sized ear. An ear that was facing something in the room, but turned towards the screen in the few split seconds before my laptop ended up smashed on the porch 2 stories below. I've not done any digging since then. I don't know and I don't want to know. I'm currently in the process of starting trauma counseling and speech therapy. There'll also be funerals to attend once they finally give up searching. As I said, this is supposed to be a warning. Stay away from libraries because, in every old photograph of one I looked at in my first therapy session, I could see the silhouettes of the librarian of the other library waiting in the shadows for anyone that disturbs their books and their silence. I've been sitting on these stairs for hours now. All I can think about is how much I want a ham and cheese sandwich or some porridge or plain rice. Many of the hundreds of foods I've taken for granted over my 26 years would do. This all started about 3 days ago, maybe 4 or 5 marks. It's been difficult to keep track. I woke up in a bedroom I didn't recognize, in a strange-as flat, on the top floor of a 19-story tower block. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, if either of you read this, but we all know how I got here. There's only one reason when my age wakes up in unfamiliar beds after a night on the tiles. Let's not get into it though. I only have 5% phone battery left and I don't want to waste it apologizing for being a woman in her 20s and 2021. Besides, quarantine was hard on all of us. My parents are married and share a bed. I had nobody to scratch my edges during lockdown. There's a time and a place for being chaste, but the months after being locked indoors alone with nothing but the In Summer's catalog and Amazon for company, isn't it? So yeah, I banged a stranger I met at a bar. Sorry, not sorry. I didn't remember him, or the actual You know, that morning. I still don't. Granted, I've had bigger problems since then than a little drunk memory loss, but that's just it. I know I wasn't that far from sober. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I had no intention of spending that night in my own bed. I just remember speaking to someone in the bar. I can't even really be sure it was a man. It wouldn't be the first time I played for my own side, but I don't think that's why the face I tipped silly flooded my eyelids at. It's a swirling blur whenever I cast my mind's eye over the events leading up to where I am now. Slowly dying on these damn stairs. I don't think my drink was spiked either. I did have a spiked drink once, although thankfully nothing happened. I felt like absolute garbage the next day, and my memories of the previous 24 hours were a blur. This memory loss didn't feel like that. Everything was clear, from the imagery to the emotions. I remember being excited about finally getting laid. I definitely consented and was in a cohesive enough state to do so. No, the only foggy details this time are the stranger's face and what happened once we started walking to the taxi rank from the bar. Whoever they were, they weren't there in the morning. I waited around in the pristine one-bedroom flat for about half an hour, just to be polite. A quick glance at my contact told me we hadn't exchanged numbers, and nobody had tagged me in any photos of the night before yet. They still haven't actually. I've tried reaching out to Beck or Sammy, but any messages I write get sent as garbled nonsense. Garbled nonsense has been left unread for days now. God, now I think about it. I'd hate to be wasting my last few minutes begging for someone to send help, only for... No, I can't think like that. Positive vibes. I didn't realize I was on the top floor until I left the flats and found myself on the landing. The wide windows gave an amazing view of London, and I inhaled deeply despite the air being not at all fresh or invigorating. I wasn't even outdoors. Sometimes it's just nice to breathe, you know. Especially when you're a bit hungover and still not quite sure where you are. That's the thing, you see. The panic hadn't set in yet. I didn't know. I still don't, but the difference between then and now is that I understand fully just how vast the scope of what we do not actually know is. The flat I'd left was one of 4, with a 5th door on the wall opposite the floor-ceiling windows. Through the glass and wire mesh panel, I could see it led to a stairwell. No lift, I'm on board. First time I get laid in over a year, and somehow 2 glasses of wine got me too drunk to remember, and now there's no lift. Fantastic. I had no choice but to take the stairs. I tried to find a silver lining in the fight that climbing down 19 flights of stairs was an excuse to skip leg day, or as Sammy's screen of Scott scored it, get thick Thursdays. I only knew it was 19 flights because of the bronze plaque hung above the door on the other side, which I noticed as I tried to close the door to the landing behind me as quietly as I could, so as not to wake the swirling faces to strangers' neighbors. My phone told me it was still 7 a.m., not a time you can guarantee most people are awake. Right now my phone is still saying that it's 7 a.m. In case you're wondering, it's been 7 a.m. for days. It was also still 7 a.m. when I stopped out of breath at what I counted to be floor 11. My brow furrowed as I stared at the defiant white 7 o'clock on my iPhone. I'd been descending staircase after staircase for at least 10 minutes. I mean, I wasn't exactly checking, but I got through at least 3 songs on my playlist. My earphones had prompted a drop to 50% drop the battery, a song and a half ago. I was pretty damn sure I hadn't managed to descend 8 flights of stairs in under 60 seconds. And now my phone's booging out, I sighed. Please universe, all I wanted was to get laid. Why are you punishing me like this? My voice and the footsteps that followed once I resumed my descent echoed along the flights behind and ahead. I must admit, at the time, the view kind of took me away. With glass walls from the ground floor to the roof, the painted red iron railings could be leant over at any point for a fantastic view of the city so far below. It was about 2 songs and 7 flights of stairs later when I had to stop again to stare out the view I'm now sick of, though the truth I still don't understand started to dawn on me. I was leaning over the railing, looking at the city beyond the glass, but with my attention elsewhere, when my phone buzzed. It was a text from Sammy. "Hey you, so you sneak away with that handsome stranger. Hope it was a better ride than he who must not be named. You'll have to give me all the juicy details after our meeting in an hour." I smirked at first, then reread what she said and blanched. The meeting. Sam and I work in the same department. Suddenly I realized that as much as she cared about my escapades, the real subtext that the message was, "It's 10 a.m., where the heck are you?" I hastily thumbed out a reply. "Sorry mate, phone diary. Overslept. Will be with you ASAP. Don't worry about the court review, I'll make it." "I hope," I muttered, then hit send. The message that appeared in the chat box, however, was very different. Up down, the definition of serious is banging your head against the same thing you've never tired. I banged my phone against my thigh, cursing under my breath. Of all the hecking mornings. I tapped out a new message to Sammy. "The damn phone is on the fritz, autocorrect is on haywire. Be with you soon." Again, the message that my phone delivered wasn't the one my fingers typed. On an endless spinning wheel, back and forth, the metal orbs click and clap. For heck's sake, it took all my energy not to throw my phone over the railing. I jabbed the call icon next to Sammy's name, trying to urge the frustration from my voice so the illusion of ultra-adult professionalism I cultivated over the last 3 years wasn't shattered. After 3 dial tones, there was a click, then breathing at the end of the line. I began blabbering away instantly. "Sammy, hey sorry listen, I'm on the bus but stuck in traffic because there was a flood at the tube station, but I'll be in the office in half and it's no time to play outside." I shrieked. The phone dropped to the tiles with a clatter, skittering to a halt at the foot of one of the red iron railings. The voice that cut through my garbled apology was not Sammy's. It was stretched, disjointed, a sentence made of words formed by playing unspeakable truths from the mouths of the lowest dregs of the 9th circle backward, the half speed. The inflections were all wrong in a way that no impediment or accent ever made human speech. Every vowel cracked, every syllable bent, not a voice carrying emotional reason, but an aggressive imposing noise willing itself into coherence. My knees protested as I fell to them, angry at being slammed so hard into the cold tiles. I felt the warmth of my face before they hit the floor. In 6 words, the voice that answered phone Sammy's had reduced me to a blubbering, quivering mess. I didn't scared easily. I was a voluntary PCSO for a few years and I'm also pretty damn good at Krav Maga. The girl that's half raised by her 2 older brothers knows how to take what life throws at her on the chin. That voice though, my body responded to that voice before my brain registered, not having the vocabulary to comprehend the messages my ears were sending. That voice was wrong. I don't have another word for it. It was not something that should be, and some dormant instinct in me knew that. Through all the descendants of the cavemen, that didn't stop to think before they ran away from the monsters after all, Lord knows why I picked the phone back up. Another instinct, I guess. I wanted help, comfort, safety. Where had I found that during the quarantine? Through a foam screen. Tears were still flowing freely as I shakily turned the phone over. My stomach tightened, lip trembling, choked breaths catching in my throat. The screen had cracked, but the call had ended. The only communication was a message from Sammy. "Babe, I can see you read the messages. And getting those 3 dots, but nothing has come through. Just try giving you a call. Ring me when you can, yeah. Worried about you now, hun." The word salad I thought my phone had sent wasn't going through. That was a relief at least. Enough of one to bring me enough to control, to sniff and begin the process of getting my sobbing under control. At this point, I was still clinging on with dear life to the phone glitch explanation. Even before I lay on my back and stared at the ceiling though, I think some part of me knew just how bored my situation really was, even then. I rolled over onto my back, trying to slow my breathing and confirm myself. Big deep breaths. I repeated the mantra over and over, trying to put as much mental and emotional distance as possible between the present moment and that voice. Now, for all my qualities, I'm not what you'd call observant. That's why it took about 4 dozen mantra recitals and a lot of stop-start, shallow, shoving fit for me to notice the glaring incongruence between my recollection of the last hour and my present surroundings. The brass plaque above the door on this floor contained 2 digits. 19, that can't be right. I'd been descending stairs for close to an hour. By my count, I should have only been 5 flights from the ground floor lobby. I rolled over, peering over the shin-high gap between the rail and cold tiles. Far below, 19 flights of stairs away was the ground floor, as distances when I peered over the railing after leaving the swirly-faced stranger's landing. No, I muttered. The tremble I tried so hard to a matriarchy returning. No, 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 no. It was the second time that morning, some ancient instinct from our cave-dwelling ancestors took over. Instead of trying to comprehend the impossibility of my situation, I was up and on my feet. I'll try and feign no bravery here. I was screaming for help, bowling my eyes out, and trying to gulp the air my prolonged need through sobs. But I knew my only chance to reach the real world and prove this was some alcohol-induced fever dream, was to run down those stairs as fast as I hecking could. Just as when I had casually walked down in the innocent time before my situation became apparent, I paid no heed to the brass floor number plaques. I counted instead in my head. 4 floors, 3 floors to go, 2 floors, come on. Last floor, yes. I triumphantly threw my sweaty, disheveled frame around the final corner to find myself stood an undeserved grin on my frantic features, staring at a bronze plaque labeled 19. Heck. I smashed more cartilage as I threw myself to the ground again. This wasn't happening. That was the only thought racing through my mind. It had to be a nightmare. This wasn't possible, it just wasn't. I tried the sprinting stunt more times than I can count. In the end, I wasn't even trying to track floors. I had just ran down miles and miles of stairs until every muscle screamed and I started coughing up blood-flecked phlegm. I'm already long past the point of vomiting. I didn't just try descending either. The stairway up from floor 19 didn't lead as I'd assumed when I first saw it back when I still thought I understood the reality to the roof. Every single one of the 37 times I tried to climb the stairs to the level above floor 19, it led to the same place. For floor 19. In case you're wondering, yes, I did try watching the city to save the perspective changed or the ground below got closer as I descended. They never did. Much like the slight glimpse of the street's level lobby, the position of the ground and city would shift and reset after every flight, even as I was watching it. It's almost like when your eyes refocus enough for the magic I picture to return to normal. After several hours of trying almost uninterrupted cardio, I had to turn my phone off. Whilst the clock and sunlight outdoors hadn't moved, my battery level had. Everything by the sudden growling so had my stomach. Time may have stopped around me, I realized, but biologically everything was still ticking along. I smacked my tongue against the roof of my mouth. It was bone dry. Food wasn't the only essential I was becoming increasingly aware of my lack of access to. There was nothing for it. I was going to have to try one of the flats. You're wondering why I hadn't already, I know, and I wish I had a better explanation than blind panic. I was long past the point of thinking coherently. The only decision I'd been capable of making until hunger and thirst became a reality was run away from floor 19. The idea of knocking on the door of one of the flats for help had occurred to me, but the same instincts which threw the phone from my hand when I heard that voice kept keeping me away from leaving the stairwell and heading back into floor 19 landing. That is, It had kept me away until the realization dawned that starvation was, for the first time in my comfortable British life, a serious concern. It had already been at least 18 hours since I'd eaten or drank anything. Maybe more, and the sudden wrench in my belly confirmed this. Shaking, I turned to the landing door, peering at the sunlit space and 4 red doors beyond the glass and wire mesh. I pushed the door open and stepped through. I found myself stood on the floor 19 stairwell, facing the ground-to-roof window view of the dawnlit city. This isn't happening. What few shreds of composure remained left me. I howled, curling up into a ball and kicking the floor like a toddler throwing a tantrum. Existential terror pulled by a child forward when it became clear that no inferior adult's rationale, reason, or logic could help me. Daddy, I'm wild. Daddy, Mommy, Daddy, please help. Please help, Daddy, I'm trapped. Please, Daddy. I begged and begged the calm morning sun, red iron rails, and bronze plaque for what felt like hours until I finally somehow fell asleep. That was 3 or 4 days ago. I'm still on floor 19, lying here on these stairs. I don't have the energy to move anymore. I haven't eaten or drank anything in nearly 5 days. I can barely see. I haven't seen another living soul either, outside or on the stairs. The only sounds have been my own screams, sobs, and cursing. If I sound like I've given up, it's because I have. I've thrown myself over the railings at least twice a day. I kept my eyes closed the first few times. At the moment I felt I was going to hit the ground, I instantly would get an unpleasant voice, but not really painful, all-body thumping sensation. I'd open my eyes and, sure enough, there I was again, floor 19. The only time I didn't close my eyes was the last. I kept them open because I wanted to see if there was something, anything, that gave me a close to what the heck was happening. I knew I definitely wasn't falling past about 19 flights of stairs. There had to be a moment between hitting the ground and waking up on floor 19 again, I reasoned, where I could see the ground floor lobby. I was right, but my God, I wish I wasn't. I only caught a glimpse of them, but that glimpse was enough to make this last day my final one, I expect, wishing I still had the strength to claw my own eyes out. They were waiting for me on a lobby, stood just out of view of the stairwell. Dozens of them, shapeless things, formless patches of wrongness imposing themselves upon the man-sized gaps of reality, each of them occupied. They had no color, no tone or shade or substance, no real discerning qualities are sought at all, save for the fact that they were watching me. The prickling feeling on the back of your neck, when you know you're being watched, is magnified 1,000-fold given form. There was nothing of them to see, but I saw nonetheless. Matter be used differently under observation, and I learned that our eyes do too. Sometimes you're staring into the abyss because you feel it staring at you first. I knew I was at the mercy of the things all children knew lurked in the shadows, but I was seeing them when there were no shadows to lurk in, naked and unashamedly parading their obscene non-compliance with reality. The things that taught us fear before we mastered fire. I'd seen something the human mind said long since forgotten how to process without snapping. In that split second, I could see or sense or know them, pick your term, non or right. To understand all of this, they knew I understood too because I could see, sense, know what they were doing down there. They were laughing at me with a dozen copies of a voice I recognized. Fa, fa, fa. I was glad to wake up on floor 19 just at once. In some ways, it's been a small relief. I don't want to reach the ground floor anymore. I've not been able to move for a few hours now. Typing this is a struggle. The lack of sustenance has finally caught up with me. I've been lying here watching the sun never rise or set as my vision incrementally fades. I'm going to have to stop soon. I don't have many words left in me. As long as crossed, this does actually make it to the internet. How I have a signal here I don't know. To be blunt, my battery is nearly dead and so am I. I've had expensive tastes in my life. Frivolous tastes. Right now, all I can think of is how much I want a sandwich. Think something as simple as 2 slices of bread and a piece of ham to give me enough calories and energy to carry on a little longer to make another attempt to reach the roof. I can't try descending again. For the last half hour, I've heard sounds coming from down there. Echoes of dozens of non-feet ascending cold stone tiles, and the blood-thinning titter have disjointed back with laughter drawing closer and closer. Life has not been easy since I retired. I lost a chunk of my savings in a scam. My health hasn't been good. I've had a couple of falls. Last month, my lovely neighbor of 40 years passed away. So all in all, not the golden years that I was hoping for. There were a couple of saving graces. My back garden is small, just a few yards wide and long, surrounded by a wooden fence, and a little taller than I am. I have a neatly trimmed lawn with flower beds at the side and rows of vegetables. I spend time every day tending it. It gets the light in the evening, and before I retired, I used to come straight out to the garden when I got home from work and just stood looking at it, and everything felt better. I've devoted a lot more love and care to it, with the time being retired presented to me. When it went dark to keep working on it, I would go inside and start sketching designs for new ideas I had. A water feature had long been an ambition of mine. The other great pleasure for me was cooking. I could spend hours making what was a very simple meal. I liked to start by thoroughly cleaning the preparation area and laying out the utensils and ingredients I needed. I always tried to add a little something extra, something that would make a dish unique, special. Sometimes this didn't work, and I've eaten quite a few odd-tasting meals. The pleasure was in the doing, though. One early success I had in the kitchen was a barbecue sauce. My addition gave it a slow-releasing kick that was an absolute delight. The most basic beef patty was a gourmet delight with a few dabs of my special sauce. I tried to make it even better a few times, but failed. Since then, I've returned to the sauce, like an old friend from time to time, and follow exactly the same recipe. A few days ago, I was out in my garden. The lights were beginning to fade, bathing everything in a wonderful glow. It was peaceful. The only sound was a train passing on the tracks nearby. I had been feeling down all day, and a little hope was beginning to creep back in. It was then I heard the shrieking laugh. It came from next door's back garden. I stood stock still. Everything was quiet again. It's fine, I told myself. Pounding music filled the air. There was a yee-haw. It sounded like new people had moved in next door. I tried to reassure myself they were just having a moving-in party. I went indoors, and even though it was only 8 o'clock, I went to bed. I didn't sleep at all that night. The music and the shouting went on until 5 a.m. By the time it finally quietened down, I was too wound up to try and sleep. So I got dressed and went into my garden, hoping this would soothe me. My heart sank. There was a beer can in the middle of my lawn. It was empty, brushed. I was upset and angry. I walked over to the can. I was going to take it round to the neighbor's house, knock on their door, and tell them this wasn't acceptable. Then I saw something, which upset me more. Close to the can was a mound of earth. Most likely made by a mole, though it was bigger, and had caused more damage than anything I'd seen before. Call me an old fool, and maybe I am. But I felt like crying as I flattened out the mound and picked up the can. I no longer felt strong enough to confront the new neighbors. I went back inside and must have fallen asleep on the sofa in the front room. The next thing I knew was the sound of music booming from next door and their yelping voices. I retrieved the crushed beer can from the kitchen table and walked around to their front door. It was open and I could see boots, unopened mail, and a baseball bat on the whole floor. I pressed the buzzer anyway. Had to do this half a dozen times before anyone answered. It was a woman. She could have been anywhere between 30 and 50. There was a faded tattoo of a flower on her wrist. One false eyelash had become detached at the side. She wore a khaki vest and shorts down, which were dark stains. From drink, judging by the way she threw the long glass of what smelled like bourbon in her hand around and spilled it everywhere. She said, "Hiya, stranger." I swallowed, coughed. "I live next door and I have a complaint to make against you." I held up the beer can. "Exhibit A," well, she explained. Then she turned and sheltered. "Honey, you want to get yourself out here? We got someone hassling us." "I'm not hassling anyone. I'm merely a began." I was stopped in my tracks by the man that lumbered into view. His guts hung over his belt, and he had bigger breasts than the woman he now stood behind. He held a chicken leg in one hand, and orange sauce was smeared across his face. There was more sauce on his fingers, even some in his hair. "What?" Word came out really slow. The connection between his brain and his mouth mustn't have been the quickest. "Is your problem?" "My problem is having litter thrown onto my property, and music being blasted out into the small hours of the morning." Now I'm a reasonable man, but the door was closed in my face. I heard laughter inside, and then the music went up and up and up. Back in my house, the walls were shaking. I tried calling 911, but we only have one small sheriff's office here, and I ended up being diverted to voicemail. I didn't have the strength to leave a message, so I hung up. The relentless music seemed to have moved on to a dirge about a pair of old blue jeans. I put my head in my hands and wept. After a while, I sat up and wiped my nose. I had to do something or else I would have some kind of breakdown. Although I had no appetite, I decided to make my special barbecue sauce. At the very least, I would be keeping my hands and my mind busy. I laid everything else in preparation. Next door, an ear-splitting voice was singing about being a fast car, or a slow lane to a background of thrashing guitar chords. Soon the sauce was bubbling nicely. I looked into it trying to find a calm place. I took a little taste, swore. Stress had made me get the balance of the ingredients wrong. The sauce was ruined. The mood I was in, I wanted rid of it immediately. I turned on the faucet and washed it down the kitchen sink. The water was too fast though, and sore splashed back over me. I cursed some more and dabbed up my shirts with kitchen towels. That done, I bunched up the towels and took them to the trash canal back. Heading there, I noticed 3 new mounds of earth. Everywhere I looked was surrounded by pests, I thought, and gasped as I felt a sharp pain in my ankle. I looked down. There was sauce on the bottom of one of my trouser legs. The leg was now stinging badly, and there was a new mound of earth next to me. A snout emerged from it. I watched shocked as the rest of an animal's head appeared. It was larger than any mole I had seen, much larger. Its fur was matted and filthy, and it was facing me. Its mouth opened, and long razor-sharp teeth were revealed. With lightning speed, it came at me. Its teeth would have clamped onto my leg, but by blind good luck, I stumbled, falling backward just out of its reach. My heart beating wildly, I started to scramble away. It had emerged fully from the ground now and was following me. It was the size of a coyote and feral, like nothing I had ever seen before. Its teeth were bared, and it was emitting a low growling sound. Fighting against the fear which was making it hard to think, to breathe, I managed to get my feet and made it back into the kitchen. I slammed the door just as it threw itself at me. The door shook, the glass cracked, but it held. I stood there, my nerves tingling with the horror of what I had just experienced. I saw there was a trail of blood across the kitchen floor and lifted my trouser leg. Below where the sauce stain was, there was a line of bite marks on my skin. Feeling sick and unsteady, I went over to the window and looked out over the garden. The creature had the bunched up kitchen rolls in its mouth. I guessed have dropped them. I watched as it padded back over to the mound of earth and disappeared into it back under the ground. I'm not a drinker, but found the bottom of whiskey I'd been given as a retirement presents put away in a drawer, and pulled myself a large measure. It burned my mouth and made me splutter. My leg where I'd been bitten had started to throb. Now the adrenaline was wearing off. The beat of the music, the howling laughter continued unabated next door. And I had an idea. 30 minutes later, I limped around to my neighbor's door. I had a fresh batch of my special sauce. The woman answered eventually. She had blueberry jam on one of her chins. "Hi," I said. "I feel we got off on the wrong foot, so I brought a housewarming present for you." I held up the plastic container of the sauce. "Just dip your burgers or your ribs or wings in these, and you won't be disappointed. I promise." She took the container, sniffed it, then put a finger into the sauce, lifted it to her mouth, and licked. She said, "This is good." She turned away from me, hollered, "Honey, are you eating mussels, Brian? Because I sure got a treat for you." So she left me standing there. Through the open door, I could see her stepping out into the back garden. I could see the man's feet. He was sitting on a deck chair. I returned home. It was minutes later that I heard the first shocked voice call out. The yelling, the screaming. Then there was only the music. Someone was crooning about the love of a horse. I gave it 30 minutes and went back. I knocked on the door. "Hi," I called out. "I hope you enjoyed the sauce. I've just come to get the container back. It's okay if I come in." There was no reply, so I went inside. Stepping over the junk littering the floor, I saw their stereo was still blasting music out. I turned it off. Stood there in a blessed silence and waited for a reaction. Still nothing. I continued out to the back garden. There were empty pizza boxes, empty beer cans, empty wine in bulb-in bottles. There were chicken bones and French fries containers. There was a deck chair. There was no sign of the container I had put the sauce in. And no sign of my neighbors. There were 2 large mounds of earth in their garden. I turned to leave. As I walked away, I thought I heard a muffled voice crying out, "Help me." Probably just one of the neighbors, I thought, and kept on my way. I had a garden to tend, meals to make, and life to live. Screams fill the night. The sounds of doors being slammed. Glass bottles being smashed rise through the building. Someone is weeping. Someone starts to sing. I crouch in the darkness, the last living person in this town. The song is about the sea, about a lost love, and will they ever come back to me? I listen and wait for the low tide and remember. We wanted to have children and raise them far from the city in a place where they would be surrounded by nature. As we drove, I kept glancing at my wife. She would smile and say, "Eyes on the road." I can't put into words how much I loved her. When we curled up in bed at night, dawn was never far enough away. I glanced at her, eyes on the road. After a journey of almost a week, the final leg of which was an alarmingly narrow and winding road. We arrived on a brisk, clear, early autumn day. The town revealed itself as we turned a corner. It was beautiful. Its buildings huddled together on the edge of the sea. The water that day was still and seemed to reach out forever, and I knew we had found our home. We soon reached the small hotel on the southern edge of the town. It was 3 stories, which made it the closest thing to a skyscraper around here. We parked up, climbed out, and stretched aching limbs. I looked up at the peeling paints on the window frames at a bird's tail, which was all I could see of what appeared to be the non-paying guests in the guttering, and said to the hotel, "Nice to meet you." My wife rested her head on my shoulder and asked, "Are you nervous?" I put my arm around her and said, "Not in the slightest." Which wasn't true, but she knew that anyway. We had discussed the challenge we were taking on in detail. We had both spent our entire careers working in hospitality. Managing a hotel, though, even one as small as this, was new. We had scrutinized the details online, gone over the figures again and again, and finally decided to go for it. I had no regrets as I retrieved the keys from the mailbox, where the real two told us they would be. I was trying to work out which one was for the front door when my wife said, "Hey." I looked up. She was standing in the vestibule. The door had been unlocked all along. "Welcome to the back of Beyond," she said, with a cheeky grin, and disappeared inside. We planned on spending a good deal of time first cleaning the hotel from top to bottom. We had taken a calculated gamble by moving in during the closed season. From the start of next summer, there would be visitors drawn by the area's outstanding natural beauty, and as the only hotel for miles around, we were confident we could attract enough guests to make this a going concern. First though, this building needed some TLC, and this was a perfect time for getting the place exactly how we wanted it. My wife had also created a new website. It was still at a basic stage, but again, given time, it would become an invaluable way to market ourselves. Even though a major hitch had presented itself, one we really should have thought of. Because of the remote location, the internet connection and mobile signal were patchy at best. Non-existent the rest of the time. It was a challenge, no doubt one of many we would face, we figure. As time drifted in the slow rhythm of out-of-the-way places, we concentrated on making the hotel as cozy as possible. We soon met all of our neighbors, which in a place this small meant everyone in the entire town. They were friendly but reserved. Most are older than ourselves. One couple near our age had a young family, and I noticed the catch in my wife's voice when she spoke to their parents as the children looked on. We had agreed to wait for at least 12 months until the business was on its feet before we would try to have our first child. I could tell she didn't want to leave it that long. Neither did I, to be honest. I did have concerns about bringing children into this troubled world. There were so many challenges and threats, some painfully clear, some more nebulous. Back when I was researching the area, I ended up going off on a tangent and finding myself on a website that showed how rising sea levels could affect the coastlines. I zoomed in on the town and found that it was predicted to be underwater in 70 years. That bothered the hell out of me, but I still believed that people would open their eyes, and we could avert this. For now, I could have found myself with the thought that out there we were in a peaceful, sheltered place. We had gotten into the habit of walking along the pebble beach next to the town early in the morning. This we had discovered was low tide, and when the beach was at its widest. Later in the day, it would disappear altogether as high tide brought with it waves which at times crashed onto the edge of the town's main streets. The weather had been remarkably mild up till recently, but now it's a turn. The first, earlier than usual snowfall had closed to the only road into town, and as we walked hand in hand across the beach, a wind edged with a bitter cold mist swirled around us. We had set off later than usual as we had tried again and again to get online without success, and the water was uncomfortably close to our feet. I was about to suggest calling it a day and retreating to the warmth of the hotel when a wave rose out of nowhere and crashed over our heads. It was so sudden neither of us had seen it coming, and we stood there gasping, looking at each other in disbelief, gasping and dripping. My wife burst out laughing. "What the hell?" she said. I spat out traces of the seawater that I had accidentally swallowed. "Insane," I replied and shook my head. Then I spotted something in her hair. I reached over and gently removed it. "What is it?" she asked. "A little stone," I said. "It must have been thrown up by the water." I turned to the thing I had retrieved around in my fingers. It was small and dirty white. Felt, I realized, different from a stone. But what was it? My wife exhaled, suddenly lifted her foot. She was staring at the beach. Lying among the pebbles right next to where she stood was a jawbone. It looked human, and now I could see them everywhere among the pebbles where the wave had fallen, laid dozens of bones. I still held the thing I had taken from my wife's hair, the bone. "Damn," I said. My wife looked as though she was going to be sick. "Come on," I said, "let's go home." As soon as we were back, while my wife went to have a shower, I turned to the heating up and headed for the bar. In our plans, this was going to be a good income stream for us. A place not only for hotel residents and other visitors to enjoy a drink, but also somewhere for locals to gather. We weren't sure how keen the other townsfolk would be. We got the feeling many were abstainers. Still, we could offer coffee and lemonade and a warm welcome. I put a pot of coffee on and poured myself a stiff drink. About 30 minutes later, my wife reappeared. She was wearing her favorite sweatshirt and joggers and padded barefoot across the wooden floor to accept the glass of bourbon I held out. She smelled like an old fishing boat, she told me, and knocked the drink back in one. I feel like a sailor's moldy underwear, I replied. She wrinkled her nose and then held her glass for a refill. The next day she was very subdued. We were tiling an ensuite bathroom in one of the larger rooms and she didn't say a word. I decided not to press her. I left it until we were tidying up at the end of the day to say, "I am here for you always, you know that." She didn't reply, so I went to tidying myself up with a hot shower. Afterward, I headed down to the bar. I had never been a heavy or even a regular drinker, but I needed a drink to take the edge off. I couldn't get the sight of the bones out of my mind. I could only assume they had been of a drowned sailor and had lain in the ocean for many years, until a freak tide had carried them ashore. Mighty bad luck on our part to be standing where X marks the spot when they were thrown back onto land. The lights were turned off in the bar. Lights cast from a street lamp crept towards the room. My wife was sitting on the floor, her knees pulled up to her chest. She was crying. I knelt next to her. "Only what's wrong?" I asked. She looked up at me. "Everything." Any chance we could narrow it down? I smiled when I said this, trying to ease her from the dark place she seemed to be in. She shook her head, wiped her hand across her face. "Everything," she repeated. "I miss my parents, I miss my friends. I miss being able to go out and get a coffee and go to the gym. I miss catching a movie at the cinema or getting a takeaway." I didn't know what to say. I hadn't seen this coming. I thought she was happy out here. Like I was. "I love you," I said, not knowing what else to say. "And I'm sorry. What can we do to change the way we feel?" She didn't hesitate. "Leave here." She looked me in the eye and I looked away. I didn't mean to. It was just for a moment and then I met her gaze. It was too late. In that briefest of moments, the distance between us had been revealed. "I can't believe you ought to give up on our dream," I told her. There was anger in my voice. I couldn't help it. After our conversation, she went to sleep in one of the guest bedrooms that was nearer to completion. I stayed in the bar and drank, and I was pretty far gone when I heard a door slam. Aside from the wind and the rain, the nights at temples of silence. Something was wrong. Nothing in the hotel I could see, so I went outside. So I figured walking away. It was my wife. I followed. She reached the beach. The tide was coming in fast at the time of night and the waves were only feet away from her as they crashed into the pebbles. "What are you doing?" I called out. "Come home, please." She didn't turn around when she replied, "I need some space. Leave me alone." These were the last words she ever said to me. A wave broke almost at her feet, then another. She tried to back away but slipped and fell. The water was on her before I could even move. I ran to the water, but when I reached where she had been, there was no sign of her. She had been taken by the waves. I stood there shouting her name. Waking townsfolk who emerged from their houses and came down to find me standing in the water. I remember being pulled away and trying to resist. I remember someone putting a blanket around my shoulders. I remember weeping. I was told no one could get through to the Coast Guard. In the morning I tried to phone her parents, but there was still no signal. I waved away all offers of company and help and locked myself in the hotel. I retreated to the bar. I had enough Bowman for now, and after that, I didn't know. Couldn't think. Days, nights, passed. They were all the same to me. I was sleeping off another hangover when I was woken by the sound of someone shouting right outside the window. Hurry. She's over there, a second voice. A third. Someone get him. A banging noise on the front door finally roused me off the seats in which I had sprawled. The man who had knocked was wide-eyed with awe when I opened the door. "It's your wife," he said. "She's on the beach." I pushed past him, sprinted down the street towards the sea. A man and a woman were leaning over what looked like a pile of clothes that had been washed up onto the beach. As I came closer, I saw a tangle of dark hair, a face, movement. It was my wife. She was alive. Somehow. I called out, started to sob. The man and woman began to move away. Why, I thought they needed to stay with her. She needs help. Then they glanced around at me, and I saw the confusion in their eyes. The fear. My wife looked up. Her flesh was gray and bloated. Her skin had broken open in places. Wisps of water hung from her chin. She pushed herself to her feet, stood there swaying in the dawn light. Her jaw was dislocated and hung grotesquely down to one side. She saw me and smiled, a crooked line of teeth and gum. The stump of a tongue flicked inside her mouth, as if she was trying to speak. It broke my heart and repelled me. This wasn't my wife. It was an aberration. A nightmare returned from the murdering sea. I collapsed to my knees and she began to walk towards me, swaying as each uncertain footstep met pebble and then the tarmac of the street. As the thing that had been my wife walked along the street, more people came out of their houses to find out what the commotion was. Seeing her, they cried out, and yet more townsfolk emerged. Soon every man, woman, and child was gathered round. My wife, what she had become, swayed and looked at me with her dislocated grin. The ragged remains of her tongue trying to communicate. Then the wave came. It was like none that had come before. It was a tumultuous, monstrous force of water, dozens of feet high, that was now rushing towards us. I watched it transfixed for a moment, then somehow broke free of the paralyzing horror which had gripped every one of us. I ran into the hotel. I scrambled up the stairs and from a window, watched as the wave carried them out to sea. The people of this town, my neighbors. It carried them out, and before long I had lost sight of them. That was 3 days ago. Since then, I have remained holed up in one of the rooms on the 3rd floor of the hotel. I am recording this, as much to occupy my mind and try and keep focus as anything. I check my watch, low tide is close. It is almost time to make my move. Hours after they were taken, I watched in horror from the window as the first of the townsfolk returned from the sea. They emerged from the water and began to walk within an uncertain gait toward town. More came back on the next high tide. Most congregated in the bar in the hotel. I don't know why. They were never that sociable when they were alive. It is clear, though, that there is an awareness, but crude intelligence in them. Perhaps this is stronger when they are together. Whatever the reasons, the noise they make below me, the hideous cacophony, is not constant. There were laws. I have worked out that these coincide with low tide. I listen. It is silent. I open the door and head down the stairs as quietly as I can. I have no choice but to pass the door to the bar. It is open. The once townsfolk sit, slumped over tables and each other. Broken glass litters the floor. My wife is with them. The thing that was, she's seen me. She looks at me, raises a hand, and holds it out to me. A shiver passes through my body. What now? I must escape. I must get away from this place. I look around, trying to decide which way to go, and my eyes are drawn to the ocean. It is silent and still. I am crying. I can't stop. If I don't make it and this recording is found, I ask that it be shared. The dead may have slipped away so that they won't be discovered. When finally outsiders can reach the town again in the months ahead, then those that come will find it deserted, wrecked into mystery. The truth needs to be known about what happened here. People need to be warned. The changes to the oceans bring with them a danger no one has foreseen. As the seas rise, more and more will be taken. I know, because I have seen it with my own eyes, that there was no mercy for those who were caught in the tides. In the embrace of the sea, there was only terror.